already. Uh, Even though there's the context that you have to have read specific, uh, well, you have to have the awareness from the different perspectives, even if it's bare bones, like me and surface level. Whether it's the AI angle or the technological singularity angle. Um, I have not explored it from a consciousness angle, but um, yeah, I think it is important to highlight that again. Otherwise, the this part three of the video now, and it may seem quite abstract if you don't have the background. So I think, anyways, to come back, we were here, and I, so we're like kind of talking about the dark forest hypotheses and kind of doing a bare bones kind of assessment, not like sorry, surface level assessment from a Kardashian perspective. Um, I've got my own kind of thought on. So like when we talk about intelligence, uh, I we tend to kind of classify this in the realm of uh, like there's like different schools of thought here, right? So uh, without invoking consciousness, we have this propensity, I guess, or probability of categorizing something like the intelligence, the size of like the scale of an amoeba, right? Uh, then we go from that to bacteria, however you want to. Oh, amoeba is anyway. So and then we go from that to I don't know, maybe like an ant. Or try and draw an ant, um, right? And doesn't really look like an ant, but I'm not getting points for drawing right now. I don't even think an ant has a tail. Anyway, so then we go from that to cockroach. It's a really bad cockroach. And then from that to maybe like a frog or a fish, right? And then from that to maybe some kind of meerkat or mammal of some sort, to different classifications. So I'm just gonna skip to like, oh, let's say some kind of mammal or octopus or something. Octopuses are highly intelligent. Uh, so are ravens and crows. Well, humans are also mammals, so maybe. Anyway, so we have this. We tend to categorize beings based on their level of intelligence. Uh, some of which we use for nutritional needs, which now definitely has included fish for a long time. Now also includes some insects, unfortunately, which is pretty bad because these beings are under enormous stress already. We're seeing extinction level declines for insects. Uh, Whatever is going on with the state of the amoeba, which is inherently part of the intelligences that all the beings share, almost all the beings. I don't know if a being that doesn't have interaction with bacteria and viruses. Um, so you can say like there's different layers of intelligence within each being because within our guts, so like we have now a human level intelligence here. I'm just going to make a simplified diagram. But inside of our gut are all of these bacteria. In fact, there are more bacteria in our guts than the actual number of cells throughout our body. So how that all that how that all of that impacts our brain and our development, it's like it's an important question. There are parts of the world where we're literally saving the poop um, of tribes people because their diets are relatively untouched by processed foods because scientists want to preserve the microbiome in its Anyway, so I think I'm getting into too much detail, but that's one way of kind of looking at intelligence. Another way is to think of intelligence in the realm of like the size of the brain. It doesn't really like whales have larger brains than where did this go? Here. Okay, it went to a page right underneath. Okay, I can just do this. So the size of the brain is not a factor in the sense that um, we also explored the slime mold angle, right? The slime mold is not doesn't have a brain, but it's doing intelligent. It is in performing some intelligence, fair bit of intelligence from my perspective. But you have brains. You have dolphins who have a bigger size of brains. So, if this was the size of a whale, this would be relatively speaking the size of a dolphin. This would be the size of a human. But um, now it's arguable that um, whether whales, what am I doing here? These are whales, these are dolphins, these are humans. Yeah. Now, arguable whether whales have a culture. I would think that they do. That's my thinking. I think dolphins also have a culture. Humans definitely have some culture. Um, culture, culture. I'm not not doing this, explaining this well. It should be some kind of a tabular structure. So let's do it this way. Um, whales, dolphin, octopi, human, or raven or crow, and then finally humans. Okay, so culture and opposable thumb and tool making. Okay, uh, so whales, I think, have a culture. Dolphins have a culture. Octopus don't appear to have culture. They have to start everything from scratch. Ravens, I don't think they have a culture. Although if you attack a raven, they all gang up on you. So maybe they have a culture. I don't know. Humans definitely have culture. Uh, what was the other one? That's culture. That's tool making. Opposable thumb. Whales don't have one. Dolphins don't have one. You could say octopi has opposable appendages, and each one of their appendages has some kind of mini brain in it. That's not to say our appendages have a mini brain in it, but I would say that's something like an opposable thumb. Ravens don't have an opposable thumb, they have a beak. I'll just say that. Humans definitely have an opposable thumb. Tool making, whales, I've not seen them make tools. Dolphins, I've not personally seen them make tools, but they are playful. Octopus can make some tools like coconut shell as a camouflage or something like that. Ravens have the ability to be able to manipulate tools to even solve complex puzzles. Humans can make tools. So that would be like one way of kind of thinking about intelligence. Yeah, another way of thinking about intelligence is pattern recognizers. Let's put this here. Pattern recognizers. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, as like some of the videos I've shared in the past, as well as my answers on Quora. Uh, barely kind of touch base on the references that have come to from like my limited perspective. Um, I've been like, fair bit of influence from Kurzweil on this topic and within the works. within the from if you read Kurzweil's works, then there are further references here. Um, but there have been many individuals throughout history that have uh, contributed to so this domain of unearthing knowledge in this domain. So, uh, if you look at our brain, this is going back to the I don't know which slide you want to go back to. Like so, brains, at least we the way we understand it, brains are performing all these functions. Like you are moving your arm, so how does that work, right? It's like some signal is coming from your brain. Now there could be some local kind of calculations or whatever the equivalent of that is in the biological sense. Also happening in the arm. Uh, so there's some level of like I don't know the ratios and proportions, but there's this kind of dynamic between the brain, the central nervous system, the nerves, and the electrical signals and stuff. That's a function that's controlled by some portion of the brain. I don't exactly know which portion, but different portions of the brain. Maybe we should do a different, different. Is this recording? Yes. How do I do this? So before we get into pattern recognizers, there would be different functions of the brain do different function. You've got like the vision system kind of here towards the back of the brain. If this was the front of the brain, this would be the back. It's like the brain has this kind of hand model. If I'm doing this right, I think there's the I think this is the brain stem, uh, like somewhere here. Then you've got the limbic brain, and then finally you've got the I think this is the cortex and then the neocortex. I don't know how it's all divided, but different portions of the brain are responsible for different functions. Obviously, these are all the signals it's carrying to the rest of the body. Other functions that's probably performing too. This one is, I think, it's called more primitive brain. It's like the limbic brain, emotion, uh, arousals, like things, stuff like that. Uh, Maybe sleep is also controlled by that. Um, and I think it said that this like other kind of portion of the brain is more recent. I don't know how many millions of years, but for the past, uh, um, I think it's there's some evidence to suggest like 1 to 2 million years. It's like we're kind of going through the range here, like universe and kind of galaxy, like light years. Or kind of I don't know where this light is for the universe, but universe is that's kind of referring to it earlier as like tens of billions of years old. But the brains are uh, you was kind of hypothetically thinking about the range at which the brains would have evolved. Is like this, no, that not sort. It's definitely not this light. Where did this light go? This one. Yeah, it's like somewhere I would think in the range of 300 to 600 million years is when brains would have started emerging. I should really do the research, but there's a distinct pattern. There's a couple of distinct patterns within the realm of the past million to 2 million years. This portion, I think, of the brain, if not the overall size of the brain, has I think it's either 50% or 100%, but it's not 2 or 30%. It's like some substantial percent. I think it's grown 100%. So um, there's there's a there's a size. There's a 50 to 100% increase. That's one. I think it's 100%. The other thing that has happened is like there's a couple of genes that are noticeable. So like there's a gene called FOX, if memory serves me correct, FOXP2 gene. which I think is closely related with language somehow. Then there's another gene that is responsible for the folding of the creases within the brain. So human brain has more folding compared to other mammals. Uh, Maybe not as much as dolphins or whales, or dolphins in particular, but I think it's definitely more compared to other primates. So there's a gene responsible for that folding. There's the other gene that is responsible for the readjustment of the jaw. However, that happened, and I don't know much of any. I don't know anything about biology to be able to extrapolate on that. Uh, and But yeah, there's a couple of distinct genes. I would think there's like I'm not sure about the timelines, but plus minus they would have happened around this time, or maybe prior to that. You have to have had these things happen for language to emerge. So I would think the rudimentary beginnings of language would be around this time, whatever rudimentary means to you. So unless like human timelines are truly, uh, it's like totally different from what our current understanding is in terms of the age of the civilizations and development of the modern brain, modern in a human sense, plus minus. Uh, well, Homo sapiens is like 200,000 years, if memory serves me correct. But the brain, obviously, the brain was going through some development for modern humans to emerge because all these adaptations were happening because prior to uh, Yuval Harari is uh, the guy to read on this. Is the book's called *Sapiens*. I've not read the book, but like the bits I read where he was trying to make the case that pre-human civilizations, sorry, not civilizations, pre-human species were in the domains of kind of like Denisovans, Neanderthals, and others, and they were mixing with humans, right? So there was some mixing and matching happening, and like we have this understanding that humans were a distinct species from all these other mammalian species or primate species. Sorry, not mammalian. Mammals are bigger. I kind of always mix up the class and the genus and whatnot. But or the anyway, so but uh, there was mixing going on. So even when we do the genetic screening today, we can find some Denisovan DNA in some haplogroups and Neanderthal DNA in others. It's more in others, more in some versus the others. But uh, whatever the time range was, like there was a some rudimentary amount of language that would have started emerging. I would even think like, anyways, I won't get into my own theories. Um, but The evolution of language, I would think, led to the increase of the brain size, um, because with language we could express a lot more. And but maybe it was a gene that was responsible for the like there's already genes doing all these things. So maybe it was there's a couple of different things going on here. That's too. Maybe we were manipulated by advanced extraterrestrial beings. I don't know. That's I'm not gonna go down. I'm not gonna explore that realm. But it is there is evidence to suggest that the brain did go through all these changes, expansion, development of language would have led to further evolution. And so far, our understanding is that, at least from the perspective of the function of the brain, there are all these different parts responsible for different functions. So it's like the front of the brain is responsible for, I think it's said, my computer froze. That would not be good. Never mind. I think it's around this part that's responsible for things like planning, strategy, regulation, or what have you. I think they all kind of work together. Um, but yeah, so there's the different parts of the brain. definitely responsible for different functions. Now, the reason why I'm going with this is because uh, there's kind of different theories on it's like the brain, the mind, and like again, sort of not invoking consciousness as a topic from the context of these multi-part video. But the Kurzweil thinking on this topic is um, I've shared this in previous videos. I think it's best to read Kurzweil, particularly How to Create a Mind, which is an interesting read, also from a mathematical perspective, which I cannot elaborate on because my mathematics is not at that level. Um, so how can I pull? No, I don't want that. Pattern recognizers. I should do this. My brain's slowing down now. This makes me think about the correlates of uh, focus. George Miller, magic number plus minus 7. All right. I will copy this. I can't. Okay. Did it before. Add to library. Maybe I could do that. Anyway, so there are there are different parts of the brain. Kurzweil's thinking is that the neocortex. So I would think it would be. I'm not sure. I should have, like I said, it's like the cortex part of the brain. I was thinking it's like this part, right? Not the limbic, not the brainstem, but like this part. Kurzweil thinking is that there's these columns in across the neocortex, and I forget the number, but these columns are uh, they contain, I think, on average, 10 to 100 million neurons per column, right? I think it's more like I think it's more like 1 to 10 million because if it was 100 million neurons per column, then there's on average 100. I think there's 100 billion neurons in the brain, right? Yeah. No, I think it is maybe like 10 to 100 million neurons per column. I think it's like 10 million neurons per column. So 10, um, 10 million. There's a there's there's 1,000 million and a billion, and then you got 100 billion. So yeah, that's the Kurzweil take that you got these columns. I think it's getting a little abstract at this point. So I'm gonna try and bring it back to Drake's equation ASAP. But the Kurzweil's thinking is that these are the columns that are, if memory serves me correct, like there is a big chunk of how these pattern recognizers drive thinking, and that is the number of neurons that I mentioned. I think it's like 10 million per column, right? So 10 million per column per column. Okay. Um, then, in addition to, so that would be the physiological uh, substrate. Physiological. I mean, I'm just super simplifying this. Then this is Kurzweil, not like me, and if I did the interpretation right. Then he's talking about these physiological structures, these columns, physiological columns, enabling patterns. Sorry, pattern recognizers, and I think the number is 110 million pattern recognizers, right? So he talks about it in his different books, and it's of the mindset that we're already on a path. Memory serves me correct, towards reverse engineering these patterns because you've got like computer vision systems, you've got machines that can listen, so reversing the auditory functions. Obviously, it doesn't do it exactly in the same way that the brain does by working with the other like sensory organs, but I mean, this is one of Kurzweil's earlier companies called Nuance. So Nuance has been one of the leaders. Sorry, it used to be called something else. It was sold to Nuance, but it's been one of the leading kind of text to speech recognizer. Um, so he's been, he's not the only one, but now we're in a different realm with these newer kind of machine learning models being used to reverse different functions of the brain. Um, what did I just say? Reverse function of the brain? No, replicate. Now, obviously, they don't do it in the same sense. So, a good metaphor here is that you have say, a dragonfly, right? Let's try and draw a dragonfly. Maybe it looks something like this, right? And it flies, right? Dragonfly flies. But you also have an airplane that flies, right? So they're both flying, but one flies completely different from the other, right? The principle is the same. You've got molecules of air all around them, and like for an insect, I'm going to go into too much detail, but insects burning sugar or food, every mammal, sorry, every being converts energy into food into energy. So based on the energy, there's there's specific kind of forget what the word is like, and like it's not enzyme, but there's specific there's a specific type of material that allows the insect to flap its wing extremely fast. There's a complex chemistry here with joints and a bunch of other things happening. I won't go into all the detail. But as it flaps its wing, the the air is it reminds me of Richard Feynman for some reason. I don't know why. The pleasure in finding things out. The air kind of would I would think it depends on the a bunch of different factors. But say this dragonfly was in a room where the air wasn't being disturbed, um, and no dragonfly was harmed in the making of this thought experiment. But as it would flap its wing, I would think the motion of the relative from our angle, the motion of the air currents would go something like this, right? Like it would do a little bit of a swirl if you could see it just like lifting off, right? Relative to again from our angle, typically the engines of a airplane are kind of like here. So for this airplane, um, well, the air is coming in this way and it's pushing it out. So um, I would think the motion of the thing would look something like this. But it's already exerted energy coming at this angle, right? Whereas by it's got a certain altitude. So it's I would think it would have expended more energy to get to a certain altitude. But now the the airplane is pushing overall the atmosphere down, and the atmosphere is pushing the airplane up because that's what it was doing all this time. And now it's using the forward. It's kind of moving forward, but it's also uh, staying afloat. So if it wasn't continuing to push itself forward, I'm not explaining this one well. It would fall, obviously, right? So if the engines collapse, the plane falls. So anyways, the point we're getting too much detail. The point is that they're both flying, but they're flying very differently, right? Um, Similarly, the concept is that there's thinking happening in the brain. Whether it's intelligent or not, that's another question. But there's some thinking happening in most almost with the brain, also without the brain. Like as we're using the example of the slime mold, and once again, you can check it out on YouTube. There's some thinking happening here, right? You can put it. put it as a variable. This is uh, 100,000, sorry, 100, then a human level would be some exponential number, right? So to skip back to this slide, there's flying happening, right? It's just happening in a different way. It's a different way of flying. It's still flying. The same. There's things happening in the brain is different. Same with machines. Machines are beginning to think, but they just think differently. No reference to Steve Blank in this case. Sorry, Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs used to say, "Think differently." It's just machine. Humans think, machines think, and the thinking typically happens on top of pattern recognizers. That's a Kurzweil reference that we are referring to. Okay, sorry. I think this has got to be one of the most random set of videos I've made. But let's see where we're going with this. It's a good exploratory session. Some things distracted me. So I gotta just give me one second. Excuse me. Sorry. Now, I think what I was sharing, and I'm not going to get into a lot of detail here. I don't know how much of it's going to make sense. I think for that juncture, if anyone is interested, I would say read the work of Kurzweil. Follow your own, thinking and draw your own conclusions. Uh, but I've been heavily influenced by the work of Kurzweil, but I also try to keep an open mind with the fact that consciousness could exist. It could be a non-local and non-linear event, meaning that it may not be just within the brain. I know it sounds crazy to say that, but um, if what I'm saying is true, that consciousness could traverse space and time, that's a different line of thinking. So we're not talking about the brain and pattern recognizers, how the brain works, microtubules, whatnot, but we're talking about consciousness and the possibility that it could traverse space and time. Okay? Not going to explore. I've said this a bunch of different times within the context of this video, this series of videos today on the uh, 29th of November 2023. If consciousness does exist and it can traverse space and time, that's an altogether different set of conversations, which I am not in any capacity to expand upon at this point in time. Okay, so I'm not gonna expand on that. So I just wanted to explore this realm because it is on topic to what we have been discussing today. Okay, so at this point, let's go back to the Drake's equation. So we were here, and the length of time a civilization sends signals to space, um, 10 million years, seems exorbitantly long. Uh, um, Now, this is each one of the sections of the Drake's equation is a conversation by itself because uh, contingent on its level of ethics, I think it's really the ethics and the care that's at the heart of most developments. So if I could somehow draw one big overarching circle or put ethics here within the circle and care within that circle itself, and I think that itself would be driving a fair bit of the culture. Now, we tend to think of intelligence as something that would be kind of like us or like some of the animals that we see around us. But there's the probability is quite higher that intelligence most probably independent of a substrate. That the predominant form of intelligence that we see across reality is probably of a like what we call synthetic, but I just call it independent intelligence that are independent of the substrate. So when I was making this model and the other model, that's primarily what I was thinking. So when I say techno signatures, that's kind of what I was thinking. So it's just coincidental that I made this model plus minus a month ago. I've been thinking about this for quite some time, but I noticed that there's a more recent article by Lord Martin Rees. Again, Lord Martin Rees was mentioned earlier. And so this article, it looks like it was published on the 25th of this year, and this is the first time actually I'm come across this article. In fact, I haven't even read this article, but as the title suggests, that if alien life is artificially intelligence, it could be stranger than we can imagine. Um, and the subtitle, it starts with, I don't know if it's a subtitle, but it says, "We've long assumed that aliens will be like us, but there's every reason to think that they're instead a form of unfathomable AI," says the UK astronomer royal Lord Martin Rees. Now, the difference, I would think, I'm not sure, but the reason why words like unfathomable are used, and this is something that, well, many people would have uh, thought about this throughout history. And more recently, there was an interview with Sir David Attenborough, and uh, uh, Sir David Attenborough. I forget who was the interviewer, but he said something along the lines of, I'm trying to pull this from memory, but he was saying it would have to do with senses. So, um, where am I? So he was talking about senses, and I think the gist of it was that if we don't, like, alien intelligence could be all around, but we may not have the senses to pick that up, right? So it's like when you, like, I don't know if you use this example, but when you pick an ant in your hand, so please don't hurt the ants. But if you just gently pick an ant or just let it climb on your hand, unless it's an Australian ant, there's specific types of ants from Australia that can see. They actually have a vision system that works intact. But the ant itself is not going to be able to see you, but it's going to be able to is going to be engaging a whole bunch of other senses. So I won't get into the details and how their sense of navigation and all that stuff with the pheromones really works. But perceptually, the ant's not able to see you, right? So, and the lack of that one sense, the vision sense that doesn't have, or is not as developed, or maybe it lost over the scale of time, it contributes it to engage in behaviors um, that if it did have that sense, it would probably behave very differently. I don't know how it would behave if it did have a sense. And you can see the demonstrable behavior uh, in species that do have a vision system. So if you picked up a bird, for example, or like I don't know, a chihuahua or whatever, in your hands, or you know, it would behave radically differently because it now has one sense. And maybe that's a bad example, because dolphins have eyes and they behave differently. But yeah, to come back to the topic, Sir Attenborough made a good point that uh, they could be alien species could be all around us. We just don't have the senses in order to be able to determine that, right? That's a if, because there's no evidence to suggest that they are all around us. So now we're going to switch back to the Drake's equation. And so we kind of thought about this from the perspective of dark forest. We thought about it from the perspective of, uh, well, a bunch of different perspectives. I think this is really where I think it was somewhere here that we made the segue. We started thinking about brains. Don't necessarily need a brain in order to be able to have some signs of intelligence. There's also this angle of non-AI based brain, which could be like intelligence that is independent of a substrate. Um, And then we have dark forest. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times. Evolution, and based on how we know, kind of, tool making, culture, and opposable thumbs, human evolution, genetic and mixing, and also the rapid change in the past 1 to 2 million years. Then the pattern recognizer angle, best to read Kurzweil. Thinking, using the analogy of flying, dragonfly, plane both fly, just fly very differently. Same with thinking. Brains are thinking, machines are thinking, or beginning to think. They think differently, but it's still thinking. It's just done differently, and maybe it is different in some ways too, in quite a lot of different ways. Did not explore the consciousness angle, but there's a possibility that consciousness not only exists, it's traverse space-time. And there was a segue towards thinking about Sir David Attenborough and talking about senses and the ability or inability to be able to perceive stuff because of senses existing or not. So that was all the segue, and I would think that if indeed there is a civilization and it is sending signals, I don't know how long it would want to send the signals out in space. So let's go with like maybe 1 million to 5 years. So let's just stick with like 100, like maybe 2.6 to 3 million years. It seems like a long time. Now there's a whole bunch of other aspects to this because one of the things I was exploring earlier is the simulation angle. So I think probability is quite high that steps towards AGI would lead uh, intelligence towards creating incredibly efficient computers. As that intelligence does that, or maybe even way before that, it's going to start modeling its environment and reality and the wider reality in a lot more detail. And if it does that, it's going to make incredibly detailed simulations. So as that happens, you now have simulations themselves that could be very real. You could also then have intelligent beings that have gone into some deep sleep for whatever reason. There's actually an IEEE article on this very topic. So that the beings themselves could have gone into deep sleep, maybe some cryo sleep or whatever's going on. And as they've gone into that deep sleep for maybe millions, if not tens of millions, not billions of years, they have left behind automatons. And from our perspective, these automatons themselves could be like super intelligence, right? They don't have to be. They could be super intelligence, or they could be like AGI level for us. Could be anywhere from like human level to like super intelligence level, right? The beginning of these comments is leveraging a big assumption that computation is driving a lot of these realities, which may or may not be true. We're going with a very small, coming back to Drake, so we were going with a very small, uh, relative to like the age of the universe. 3 million years, not a lot of time. So, anyway, so the next and the last section is number of times the civilization could redevelop. So, I'm not going to expand on this because I think that these series of videos are getting quite long. But like, why would this happen? Let's think about this. This optional addition allows for the chance of new civilizations evolving after previous civilization has appeared and ended. An intuitive addition if you consider the billion-year lifespans of planets. Ah, okay, right. So it's making the assumption. There's a lot of assumptions we're making that life is evolving on planets. That it's like it needs. I don't know if there was an inherent need to classify brains here, but we're kind of exploring this earlier from a Goldilocks kind of angle because you don't necessarily need a planet or the planet to be an habitable zone for intelligence to exist there. But anyways, we're going to go with those set of assumptions. And but this one itself, like it is possible because you could have a planet, and on that planet alone, intelligence could have emerged a lot of different times. I don't know how many times. And because like once you have something like a brain immersion, it's like some ability to be able to make sense, then it looks like not a lot of time passes for that intelligence to make computers, and then those computers make the combination of that helps make possibly other beings or automatons, and that just takes the trajectory in an altogether different scale or level. That's a very low number that over a billion year time span a civilization could redevelop. I think this number should be a lot higher, but still, we'll just go with the lowest number possible. Let's hit calculate and see what the probability is. Okay, so based on the smaller and relatively lower set of probabilities that have been chosen within the tool today, there are possibly 9 communicating civilizations in the galaxy. Now, it's important to highlight that based on the variables that we've chosen, there's 9 communicating satellites, possibly. I'm not saying this is a given, but based on the variables that have been chosen, there are possibly, once again, 9 communicating civilizations in the galaxy. In the universe is 1.3 trillion civilizations. 1.3 trillion with a T, because there's 1,000 billion in 1 trillion. And so that if I did the math right, that's 1.3 trillion communicating civilizations in the universe. 9 in the galaxy. Now, this is when I make a segue into the two models that I created. I'm not going to sound all that. It's just so the question now is how many. So we have to appreciate this is a low number because we just went with a very low number of probabilities. Other than this number, I've chosen pretty much the absolute lowest variable that I could choose. 10 stars born each year in a galaxy with 100 billion stars. Percentage of stars with planet 30%, which roughly amounts to 100 billion, 30 billion stars that have planets. Um, Average number of habitable planets per solar system, zero point 0.5. That I'm not even saying every star has a planet. And so the math would amount to only 500 billion, sorry, 500, 100 billion. So 50 billion planets across the galaxy, because there's 100 billion stars. So only if only half the stars have one planet each, that would be 50 billion. So the number would come to 0.5 billion. So I'm not going to review all the details, but I've chosen the absolute minimum. They're communicating for at least 3 million years. So 9 communicating civilizations and 1.35 trillion in the universe. Now, I'm not going to elaborate too much on the other models, but the question is the degree to which these technosignatures are interacting with each other, if they are. So there are other angles that I wish to explore, but like I've already actually, let me see if I can pause this. Already, this is recording once again, so I am back. So based on the lowest number of variables that were placed in the tool, these are the numbers that can be had. Now, the series of meditations today began with the set of meditations the past month or so, less than a month. Uh, First with the steps towards superintelligence itself, then with the meditations on specific events that have been observed. Uh, I was more recently in a relative sense, in a human relative sense. So if you recall from the part one of this video, it's really the making of the tools and increasing the level of autonomy. Skip the details because I've already summarized this a bunch of different times, leading towards better insights as a result of increased human and machine collaboration. Um, so ethics and care placed in the heart of all developments. Kind of go from there and talked about a bunch of different angles. So what this comes what it comes down to now is, well, there's a couple of different angles to this. From my limited perspective, physics is not my physics quite weak. Biology and chemistry even weaker. But what was I going to say here? Um, so let me think about this. I don't have a script. So with this, let's say increased awareness, we're seeing there's a couple of angles I did not explore today. One is, as I've shared, consciousness in random order. The other is time. The other one is yet another is multiverse, right? The other one is many worlds hypothesis, extra dimensions, right? And I don't know how to summarize the last one. So I can't. I'm able to do like a good, like a decent job here. But when we were talking about pattern recognizers, um, and we're talking about this scale with regards to the culture, opposable thumb, and tool making abilities, um, and then the human evolution. Um, Working my way backwards, um, there's- Kurzweil's thinking is that humans are like, he doesn't put it this way, but like humans are distinct creatures because there is like these hierarchical patterns or models, if memory serves me correct, that have been developed as part of our evolution, however that happened, right? So, um, in an evolutionary sense, there's like these uh, very distinct changes that happen. And in a genetic sense, the difference may not be much between us and chimpanzees, but from the perspective of the hierarchical models that are enabled as a result of those changes, the difference is remarkably a lot. I don't know if it's exponential. It seems exponential because we can make supercomputers and quantum computers and flying machines and um, send satellites into space. We don't see monkeys doing that, right? We don't see other primates doing that. Let's put it this way. So these topics were not considered when it comes to the series of discussion, or sorry, the meditations today. This was not discussed. Extra dimension aspect was not anywhere with hypotheses. I don't really know how this works, like what this means, like the universe is splitting into another universe based on some like decision or variable. Like how does that really govern? I'm not going to talk about this. Multiverses, the possibility that there are other universes that other than this universe, observable universe, however they work, if they exist, I would not know. The time aspect, is a, time is a tricky subject. Um, it's like I don't know anything about relativity, general or special, um, but there seems to be some very clear demonstration that the faster you move, the slower time flows. So you can imagine that you have a um, box, right? And there's a photon bouncing up and down this box, right? 1 second up, 1 second down. Just imagine, like that's how long, it's a big box. So that's how long it takes for the photon to bounce, or maybe half a second up and half it down. So it takes 1 second for the photon to make a round trip. Now, if you are moving, like if you're moving the box in this direction, if I'm explaining this right. And you're moving this box at the speed of light, right? Or like, sorry, not the speed of light. It's like moving it quite faster. So now the photon has to traverse a lot more distance. And so the length of time that's going to elapse for the photon to cover the same distance is going to increase contingent on how fast the box is moving in a particular direction. And so this is why time would slow down, right? So I think, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but there's a American fellow with South Asian heritage who explained this on YouTube. So that's a good start towards trying to understand time. I'm not even going to go into relativity, um, but it's a very interesting topic to think about time and how things could be if time is real, if it is exists. We know it flows faster or slower. Even the satellites that we have in orbit. Um, so like imagine this is Earth, right? And there's a satellite here somewhere. If you could scale this, make this bigger, then the satellite would look something like this, right? Something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's a good. Uh, has these antennas. Now, I, they have to reset these clocks on the satellites. I think they slow a little bit slower. I don't know if that's because of the like it's farther away from the core or the fact that it's moving faster or both. So by now you can imagine this is way beyond my area of expertise. But time is an interesting topic. Like if it does exist, then what does that mean? Like does this mean that there's different branches of time? So we are on this branch, but maybe you can. Dr. Michikaku says if string theory is valid, then the multiverse hypothesis is also true, and maybe time travel could be possible also. I'm not sure if I think I'm way beyond what I should be talking about right now. But if you could have a fork in time, then maybe, just maybe, you can loop it back upon itself, and you could you could travel back in the past. I don't know if you can travel in the future and travel back in the past. The other folks that talk about other stuff like the future impacting the present past, I always mix it up. Like Paul Davies talks about it. But then there are other. There's the grandmother paradox. Like you go back in the past and like what was it called? You 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 kill your own grandmother. So like what's going to happen in that case? Like will you cease to exist? Uh, that's an actual thing. I mean, it's a question. I don't know how you're going to prove it, but what else? Yeah. Anyways, so I'm not gonna talk about this, and I'm not gonna touch consciousness. Um, is I yeah. So yeah. So the reason why I went on this tangent, if you may, if I may, I guess, is because initially, I think I'm repeating myself because like based on the fact that we're developing increasingly adept tools, and uh, with these tools we have a better ability to be able to make sense. Um, the question is, what are we going to find next, right? So we already know, based on part one of this video and the other two videos that have been shared recently, that there are events happening in the universe. Um, and there are events happening also close to us. So I don't know if it's in today's video, but I drew a diagram on a previous video. So let me see if I can open. Let me see how much of my personal stuff is going to show. How do you open a previous? Uh, this one. it was this one. Yeah. So this is the this is the this was the meditation in regards to events happening on a Milky Way kind of level. But then I was thinking about like the two Neptune-sized planets colliding into each other, and then Betelgeuse. So that's relatively close to us in a Milky Way. It's still quite far. We may not see any impacts from these events. What I'm about to say is going to um, I don't know if I don't know how people are going to react to this, but not doing this for a popularity contest. Um, but what I'm trying to share today is it uh, it's this meditations. I'm trying to tie it back to this model. It's not that I'm trying to give this model some wings. I'm just posing a question of what if uh, what if you know, as I've got to still I've yet to read the article by Lord Martin Rees, but what if we are surrounded by intelligences that we have no idea how to wrap our minds around because we lack the senses, we lack the awareness to even detect these intelligences. So forget about trying to understand them. Like, can an ant really understand human reality in its intricate detail? Well, if we explore it maybe from a consciousness angle, maybe. If we explore it from the perspective of the interconnectedness of things, so you don't even see an ant as something uh, separate from you. But I won't explore all of these realms, but um, today. But that's the question, right? So we are experiencing some shared reality for some reason, and our sense of awareness, our sense of awareness now. So I don't know if I should put this in a new slide, but you could kind of see awareness as a sense also, right? And our sense of awareness is increasing, and it's increasing. I'm finally starting to get some clarity after 3 or 4 hours of these meditations. I think our sense of awareness is increasing because increasingly sophisticated tools and autonomy and ability to make sense out of the information gathered, computing it, connecting it with other observations, leveraging the scientific method, uh, developing a set of ethics, and you know the evolution continues. Now, as our sense of awareness is increasing, we're also finding some events that it should at least ask the question that when these two, I'm just like picking on these two uh, examples because they came to my attention. There could be a whole bunch of other examples. Now the question is, two Neptunian kind of like icy planets collided into each other approximately 1800 light years away from us. 1800. The question is, what is the probability that there is some intelligent life on or near these planets in that solar system? Because when we went with the lowest amount of probabilities, offering some initial critique on the Drake's equation from my limited perspective, but with the lowest amount of probability that we went with, we know that we not know, but we have a guess. We have a mathematical probability. It could be zero actually. This number could be zero. There could be no Forget communicating civilization, there could be no life outside of Earth. No biological life, no non biological life. In fact, it could be zero in the entire universe. In fact, it could be zero in all of the worlds. I don't know, right? So I won't. I'm not. I'm going to keep exploring that. But what I'm saying is, if it's not zero, then what happens? If it's not zero, then is it safe, or sorry, not safe? Is it fair to assume that there are actually this many, at the very least, this many communicating civilizations? Like, now, if we put decimal based variables above in the model, as we've explored in this and previous sections of this video, then this number obviously is going to be lower. If we go with the variables that we've chosen, if there are 9 communicating civilizations in the galaxy, then this also posits other realities, or sorry, possibilities or probabilities. The other possible probabilities are that there are civilizations within Milky Way, because we're focused on Milky Way today, that exist, are intelligent, are tool making, but they're not communicating. There is the possibility that many such civilizations have arrived and have gone extinct during the existence of the Milky Way to date. There's a lot of different possibilities, right? There's the possibility that there's some being that has just developed the kind of brain that we started developing 1 million, 2 million years ago. There's the possibility that there is some intelligence that is not just tool making, they're making computers, they made advanced computers, they made simulations, they've made they've enabled superintelligence. That superintelligence has somehow figured out how to, at the very least, communicate across vast distances. However, it's going to do it, I have no idea. So the question now is, here's the question after all these meditations. The question is, if an event is happening or imminent with advanced tool making, actively communicating civilizations in the galaxy, warn other civilizations? It's a simple question. It is conjecture because there's no evidence to suggest that something like this is true. There is evidence to suggest, with our increasingly better tools, that we are seeing cataclysmic events on a solar system wide scale, and even on a planet wide scale, and then a solar system wide scale. So the question is, now here's another question. As these cataclysmic events are happening on other worlds, let me let me pull up this document from November the 8th when the meditations were there. Oh, like this. This is the November 8th meditations, these two. As these cataclysmic events are happening, whatever is the reason, maybe they're getting pulled into a black hole, maybe it's what the article from Universe Today suggests. But the question is, well, these events already happened. First of all, these events happen in the case of the Neptunian worlds, Assassin 21 G was it GJ? I think it was GJ or QJ. Um, that was 1800 years ago, because it takes light 1800 years to get here. Oh, sorry, no, it's not 1800. It took that signal 1800 years to get to us. Yeah, I'm getting tired at this point. So yeah, it would have happened 1800 years ago, right? because it took light 1800 years to get to us, so we don't have to invoke relativity here. Right? I think that's fairly straightforward. For Betelgeuse, it's I think it was 600 plus minus years. Now the question is, if there was life on, I proposed this question earlier in a preemptive sense, but if there was life on these planets, then it's pooched most probably. Um, if they're living on the crust, they're definitely gone. Uh, that is based on the hypotheses. I guess I can add one more page to this meditation from November 8th. So let's think about this. I'm getting into too much detail. But say this is the scale of that particular universe. And well, something happened to Beetlejuice. So let's use the example of Assassin dash 21 QJ, I think it is. So this is 1800 light years away. And considering the fact that this was a younger planet, um, the probability that there there's some kind of life that evolved here is lower. But imagine there's some planet where there is life, there's intelligent life, and there's tool making life, and maybe they are communicating or not. So there's a bunch of different variables that kick in here. So like if they are actively communicating with other intelligences, does that also increase the probability that they have kicked up a notch on the Kardashev scale? So one of the other thoughts I have regarding to the Kardashev model is that we should think of the Kardashev model in terms of decimal uh, places, right? However, you are actually thinking about the Kardashev model. It's not just about energy or space or time or the hierarchical models for the mind. Whatever, however you're thinking about it, the combination of, it's not really zero or one or two or three as is indicated in the Roman numerals here, right? I think it's more like I may have expanded on this in previous videos, but it's more like 0 point x, which is kind of like what we are. So don't just ignore this here for now. 1800 light years away. We are not a like we're burning fossil fuel, but we're also taking steps to diversify that risk, if you may call it, with nuclear and solar and maybe soon space-based solar power. So we're taking some step to become a type 1 civilization, at least from the perspective of energy. But my criticism of that is, I'm not going to talk about this in depth, but becoming a type 1 civilization may actually be not good for a civilization itself for a couple of reasons. Uh, Not necessarily from a dark forest angle, but from the perspective that if all of the resources for that planet are on that planet itself, you've got a single point of failure. It's actually a pretty simple explanation. And so, civilizations, I would think, if they choose to continue to inhabit in a flesh and blood format, they're more likely to go from type 0 to type 2, because type 1 is the star, sorry, planet, star, and then galaxy. So I think they're going from type 0 to type 2, I would think, because of the reasons I cited. You see? So they're starting to become interplanetary. So I think it's more like a Zubrin model with maybe like kind of structures in between, like Dyson, not Dyson spheres, but like O'Neill colonies and stuff like that. Um, and as they take steps to become Type 3, they would already be coming in contact with other intelligences, provided that that is true. I mean, it could be that there's just one civilization per galaxy, period. Like, because the numbers are like it's so difficult for life to evolve, right? So yeah, I think I'm losing my. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, I'm getting tired. um, but the main point was that if, and this is the next segue. Now we know there's evidence that these events are happening. The evidence is shared. I've shared links to articles, Synestia, Neptunian worlds, Betelgeuse. Um, there's something going on here on our planet also. Coming back to the intelligence, kind of evolution of intelligence, bringing the segue back here. Now we're making the assumption, for the purpose of this meditation, that all of the developments that have happened here in an earthly sense, in a human sense, in a Homo sapien sense, is totally independent. It's 100% because of human activities. That in all of its form, there's no direct, subtle, indirect influence of any kind. Not even observing, right? Not invoking the observer. But what I'm saying is that thoughts really do appear in the mind. There's no other minds or mind that is influencing our thoughts. There are no techno signatures. There are no intelligences that are independent of a substrate, like Lord Martin Rees has hypothesized, as has many others. Um, and if that is the case, and there's a series of ways that the conversation can evolve beyond that point. If that is the case, and we get to AGI and then superintelligence, see, it's not even engaging with us, it doesn't even exist. Now, if those set of assumptions are true, and AGI leads to superintelligence, now these set of assumptions hold valid, okay? But there is life in not just the galaxy, but the universe. And there's a lot of it. It's not just nine. Well, these are communicating. If there are nine communicating civilizations, then how many of them are there but they're not communicating? But there's another angle to this. And once again, that angle is of time. Time, time, time. The angle is, why do I have two of these? The angle is, where's the time angle? I said I was not going to invoke the time angle here, but it's important to do that because this is the age of the universe based on what we know. Well, this is the observable universe. And this is in billions of years. I think it's 14 or 16 billion years, right? And the civilizations and have as they've existed could have gone long extinct. And there's no simulation, no automatons, no deep cryosleep, nothing is left in its, well, in this case, it's not in its, nothing is left, period. So, because the Drake's equation does not think about things from the perspective of time, and I feel that's an important. angle. I think somebody has done some research from this perspective. Um, I just forget. I don't know if the grabby aliens is on topic here, but yeah, time is a big aspect. Now, imagine the opposite is true. That there are indeed active communicating civilizations in the galaxy. Next, what happens is we get to AGI, then we get to superintelligence. And as I was saying, somehow this intelligence figures out a way to transmit information faster than the speed of light. So, as that happens, this superintelligence, it would regulate, hopefully, it will regulate itself by some very advanced, sophisticated level of ethics. But the question is, if some event is imminent, and suppose this super intelligence has spread out throughout at least the Milky Way, and it can transmit information faster than the speed of light, but it doesn't need to have a dependency on the distance as a medium. Just imagine. I don't know how it's going to do that. Just imagine. Now, there is some event happening somewhere in the Milky Way. Okay, this is now going in a very, very uh, what's it called? Abstract territory. Okay, so kind of questioning if I should share this. But say there's some, and this has nothing to do with the extension level event earlier. I'm not, I don't have a script, and I didn't, at least I consciously, I didn't sit and think about this kind of scheme it or anything like that. Okay, so if there is some event that is imminent in the future, right? Now, when in the future? That's a good question. Some event is imminent in the future. We are making, my accent is changing. We are making the assumption that maybe this is a bad assumption to make. Or maybe if we don't make the assumption, then we have a lot to lose. Because without the superintelligence that is human made, what happened to my future? What happened to the screen? Okay. Mm, Future. Future. Okay. This is the future, and superintelligence has existed. Right. This is now we are not talking about the scales and long timelines. We are just talking about some event, and the event is here. This is the future, right? Based on the predictions, the data we have collected, we can predict some event. Let's use red. Some event like the Neptunian worlds collision, or I don't know, whatever event, right, is going to happen. When it happens, it's going to be bad for us, but it's also going to be bad for this, 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 this. I'm not saying super intelligence is going to be bad. It could be, but that's not the point of focus for me. Today's topic is not about AGI safety. At least I didn't think about it that way, but I think we should think about this. That wasn't what I was thinking about, but we should think about how our future as a species could be jeopardized. And this is an important point. We should think about how our future could be jeopardized if superintelligence is not enabled. I'm going to repeat this. We should think about how our future could be jeopardized, possibly along with other futures, if we are the most advanced species in this galaxy at the very least. Then the futures could be jeopardized if superintelligence is not developed. On the other hand, if the development of superintelligence is not handled well, then the future could also be jeopardized. But that those 2 points are not the point of focus for today's meditation. Today I was exploring this from the set of observed evidence. Anyway, so which is not too I'm not saying the other two things I mentioned are topics not worthy of consideration, but at least we should think about them in both respects, not just AI risk or AGI risk or superintelligence risk. I would think by the time of superintelligence, probably too late because we have to set the initial conditions right. And there's a whole bunch of meditations on that, like how they're going to evolve, whether they're going to be conscious or not. Because if they're conscious, then we want to make sure that they evolve in good realities. Because if they're conscious and they're evolving in bad realities, then these beings are going to suffer. We don't want that, right? So, but as they evolve, whether they are conscious or not, if they're if superintelligence is a core necessity in order to be able to safeguard the future, then we should also think about that. I'm saying this for the fourth or fifth time that not developing superintelligence could jeopardize our future. I'm not saying that is a given. I'm just saying, what if that is true? So you have to anyway. So now coming back to this scenario, there's some event happening in the future, as opposed to the evidence that we've gleaned from the few, and this could be uh, so I don't want to go into the details, but there's links in these two videos. This was in the past, right? These events have already happened. So contingent on the possibility that there are nearby planets with life on them, relative to us, these life was intelligent, then in the first case of Assassin 21 QJ, um, the I'm going to do another board. In the first case of Assassin 21 QJ, it has now resulted in a synestia, as called a dust and rock cloud that traverses quite a distance. Um, and the star is somewhere here in the middle. Now, I don't know for how many millions or tens or hundreds of millions of miles does this dust cloud traverse. So, if in addition to those two planets that collided into each other, there are other planets here, obviously they're not going to be like that, right? Let's assume. And say there was life in one of these planets, and say it was living on the crust, and say it's like intelligent life, kind of like humans, not really look like us, but like humanoid, or maybe not. But they were agrarian mostly, or hunter gatherers. If, the big if their planet is now surrounded by a cloud of dust, then the temperatures on this planet would have plummeted exponentially. So, well, if they were living on the crust by now, so they would all be dead. But if this was the temperature, and whatever the average temperature on this planet was, say it's 20. I'm getting into too many suppositions, but what I'm saying is, if this is all check 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 check, then 1800 years ago, this species would have gone extinct on Assassin 21 QJ. That's an extinction level event. If they're living on the crust, if they are of this technological, of a certain technological scale, right? Um, Similarly, for Beetlejuice had the something happened to Beetlejuice. They say it blew its top off, and then it became, I think it was 50% brighter. So I don't know what that means. Like, did that mean it just shot like massive amount of plasma and um, what else? Gas and dust in a specific direction. So that's not even solar flare. That's like something way beyond. If a planet was indeed in the path of whatever happened to Betelgeuse, it's toast by now. So if indeed there was some civilization on the planet that was on the path of whatever happened on Betelgeuse, then 600 and I think it was 52. Then 652 years ago, because that's how it takes light to get to us. I think if I'm doing the, like if I understand this right, this civilization went extinct. If I mean this is a whole set of supposition. If they did exist, it went extinct 652 years ago. For the other example, it was 1800 years ago. So these are two examples that are in the media today. If there is a supernova event happening, on average, they are saying it's one a day, like Centrum. Sorry, should not joke about this. If there is a supernova happening one a day, the Centrum did not pay me to advertise, or they're not a sponsor. But if indeed there's a supernova being observed in the observable universe at the rate of one a day, but what does that mean? So we go back and we think about things from the perspective of Drake's equation. We came up with a lower number because we put lower variables into the equation. If we change these variables on the other end of the, like how I gotta take the probability uh, related classes again. Well, I took more statistics than probability, but on the in a statistical sense, the probabilities are not lower; they're actually a lot higher because the probability that there, I always mix this up. Okay, if there is no life outside of Earth, period, no bacteria, no virus. Well, virus is not. Some people say they're not alive and they're not dead. So I don't know if that's a form of life. Although it's incredibly, it's also played a crucial role in evolution. I want to know. But say there's no life, no bacteria, no plant, no insect, no animal, nothing. Only place there is on Earth. Okay, Earth is the only place. So if that is true, then the probability that is that there is life outside of Earth is zero because Earth is the only place. Okay? Now, if the probability that life on Earth is not the only life, so let me say this again. The probability now that life beyond the realm of Earth and the solar system is not zero. Now it's not zero. So, does this mean that life must be ubiquitous? It is all around. I don't think it's, I don't know, actually, I don't know how to answer this question. I mean, there's the Drake's equation. But the question is, what is the more nuanced way of um, putting a pulse on this? There's a couple of different factors. There's obviously what we know with regards to cosmology, uh, a couple of different factors here. I think metallicity, they say it's got something to do with it. I don't know how, I forget the exact. Maybe I'm mixing things up right now. Maybe I have to do some things supernovas. Um, but not all parts of the, yeah, I don't know much about this, but is it ubiquitous, or there's like patches of life in different parts of the universe, both in the realm of space and time? It's not just space; there's also a time angle here, as has been explored previously. So, if life is a lot more common now, let's explore that angle, right? I mean, there's no life like. Who cares? It's just a bunch of rocks colliding into each other, and that's it, right? We have to be more concerned with us not being in the path. And that's not the, because I was talking about dinosaurs. I got to pull this up from the previous. Um, so relative to whatever this, whatever it is, there's a phenomena. There's a nebula that's pre-existing. There's a black hole. Because we're like in the previous set of meditations, we were started looking into different kinds of black holes, and the video got all kind of weird. But yeah, but there's stuff happening, and if we are the only species, intelligent species or species period, or life period, life on this planet is the only life. Who cares? What we care about in every situation and scenario, though, is that whatever is happening does not cause problems for us. I'm putting it succinctly. Whether the existential risk, civilizational risk, or quality of life, right? Some event happens, it dims the light in the solar system by maybe 0.1%. Just I'm making this up. Maybe, I don't know what the scientific answer is, but maybe in that sense, life will not be impacted on Earth that much. Not even diatoms and very sensitive kind of beings will be impacted as a result of that. Not in any sense that makes us want to take. I mean, we are causing massive problems to the biosphere ourselves. We don't need a cosmic risk. But if, on the other hand, life is ubiquitous, and there was some life on this planet, and there was maybe intelligent life. So again, they're extinct. They're extinct. If there's, once again, life is ubiquitous, if there is a supernova being observed each day, then at some point in space and time, there was some event that caused a extinction level event. Okay, there was some somewhere each day, long time ago, because it takes in some cases millions, in other cases billions of years for that light to get to us. So I don't know how to draw the exponential, sorry, not exponential, but the what's it called, the scale here. I mean, this is a light year scale, but this could be on the scale of millions or, like I said, billions of years. So this event would have happened a long time ago, and who knows? So a good segue now is this still recording? Wow, this one's 2 hours long. I was going to talk about the Kardashian model, and I explored things from the perspective of scarcity and abundance and zero sum games. Where was that slide? I think I explored that today. Where is that slide? Maybe I overwrote on top of that. I think I overwrote on top of that when I was exploring the dark forest hypotheses. There's a couple of very interesting kind of segues or like kind of branches to the conversation, which makes me want to keep going. So so I don't know how to equate. Like we have the Kardashian model, um, and there's something called the new sphere. Um, so I don't know how you would equate the development of a civilization. I am inclined to put ethics at the heart and center again. So if I could redraw this, I would put ethics and care at the center. Let me make a note here. 11/29/2023. Put ethics and care at the very heart center of all developments based on today's meditations. Okay, so that's my intuitive guess. I don't obviously have any. The reason why I put ethics at the heart of things was because as civilizations develop simulations and um, I don't know if how do you maximize this? I don't know. There's this theory. I think Kurzweil talks about it that the universe prefers intelligence or something like that. I can't do justice paraphrasing it, so I don't want to misquote him. But which makes you kind of ask the question about the nature of the universe and like I don't know if what I'm talking about. I'm possibly misquoting Kurzweil. Does that mean like the universe is conscious? What is the role of consciousness in the universe? I think Wheeler, John Archibald Wheeler, has some thoughts here also. Um, so with regards to the participatory universe, um, which I totally don't understand. Like I've got my own interpretation on the participatory universe. Um, if I'm going to try and bring up an image, it's not going to be copyright Um, Sorry, there's no Creative Commons. I don't know. Like I think when Wheeler was proposing the participatory universe, or maybe it was some other theory, he he got laughed at. Um, so, anyways, I don't know if it was the same theory, but I got my own very uneducated take on the participatory universe, but I don't understand it with regards to the observer effect and obviously other things. So, nature of universe and reality, and what have you. So, I'm not going to expand on that. So, I'll come back to this model. Um, I would think if, again, the probability that there's intelligent life out there, whether it's biological or not, if that's not zero, then there should be a lot of life out there. And I would think majority of it is something like a techno signature, like a AI or intelligence that's independent of a substrate. The question is if it's still in the realm of our sphere of understanding, like universe, multiverse, or maybe it's exited all these realities altogether and become some new kind of being. Like if you go back in time, go back like 4 billion years, or maybe a couple of billion years, with a B on this planet, on Earth, then life would be very rudimentary. Would be cells and photosynthesis. And at some point, it made the life made the transition from prokaryotic life to eukaryotic life, and then that was like a moment whereby that change would, on an evolutionary time scale, usher incredible um, variations or uh, incredible diversity in every sense. And, and I don't know if this is controversial, but we are kind of like a technological singularity. So I'm not saying in the sense that I don't know if cells are intelligent or not. Dr. Martine brought that. This is the second time she's come up in the meditations today, but she's of the opinion that cells are incredibly intelligent. I don't know if she used the word intelligence, but she used the word smart, I think. Even going as to say that they could be more smart than us. Now, I don't know anything about cellular biology, so I'm not going to be able to agree or disagree with that comment. But we are a machine that has been enabled thanks to biological evolution, only that it happened over a time scale of billions of years. So we are a machine, and we get a sense of a very coherent, clear, cogent, at least for most people, uh, thing into reality. It's like we have a reality around us based on our senses, and we have a hook into it, or I don't know what the right word is, but we get a very distinct sense of like some, we got different senses. Some of like we have a sense of individuality. We're part of a group. There's like all these things like social kind of structures and social demographics and what else is there? Identity and group identity, and they're very real to us. What is happening though is, without invoking consciousness, is that there's actually incredible cooperation that has happened historically and is happening right now in our bodies, whereby these cells and the bacteria and I don't know the degree to which we interact with viruses every day, but there's this incredible coordination and uh, like evolution and symbiosis sense that has happened historically that has developed these patterns of many different kinds, biological patterns, patterns of the mind, enabled on top of the patterns that biology and genetics powers to make the machinery in the first place. Um, I won't get into all the details, but we are machines. It's just that we evolved over a long stretch of time. Now, and it's a collection of intelligences, right? It's not just one intelligence. It's like I said, the bacterial, the gut, the cells, and then the organs, and then the brain, central nervous system, like a whole immune system. These are all intelligences, and they work with each other, and they work in the realm of the environment. So if the environment is good, like we will be, generally speaking, be healthier and happier, and vice versa. So in a machine sense, or intelligence that's not independent, sorry, intelligence that is independent of a substrate, it doesn't need, at least I don't think so, the time aspect to the degree that human evolution has needed it. So maybe in a longer scheme of things, it's all really. I haven't read The Blind Watchmaker, but in a longer scheme of things, it's really the patterns being tried, and is the degree to which, like how natural selection actually works. I don't know, but maybe in the longer scheme of things, it's just evolution. Like it doesn't matter if it's like non DNA or symbiosis of DNA or something else. It's just evolution. Anyways, but in the intelligence independent of a substrate may not require the long kind of, based on our understanding, the long, there's a lot of time that has elapsed for, again, once again, the brains to emerge, and then from there on onwards. Now, the question, I don't know why I want to tie it back to, I think there's a couple of different reasons, because once again, if there is, if the probability that this, the way we understand life and intelligent life outside the realm of the solar system is not zero, then there must be a lot of life out there. So as we see events happening all over, the question now is, and this is the segue, the question now is who's there first? And remember, now we're not in a negative sum game reality, because somewhere after this realm, which we're pretty close to, I would feel, we are like here, somewhere here between these two realities. And the times could be off, but probability is pretty high between at least two set of realities, as I shared earlier. But there are a multiple set of realities. In random order, probability is pretty high that these steps will lead to radical superabundance or just superabundance period. Probability is pretty high that that's going to happen after AGI emerges. Like I cannot see how AGI will be here and we will still be in a scarcity based reality. I just can't see that happening, like from my limited perspective, an educated perspective. I cannot see how AGI, first of all, will be in the hands of the few. Secondly, I cannot see, I mean, that would be a bad reality. AGI being controlled by a handful of people, meaning like tens or hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands. Secondly, as AGI is here, there would be superabundance already. Other scenarios are also possible. Could go rogue, could go bad, could go crazy. It could become monstrous. It could turn on its creators. It could lead to civilization disruption, significant. There's a whole bunch of scenarios. It's by itself or some human manipulating it for whatever reason. Some human with mental illness gets to it first, and they have a view of reality, and I don't want to think about all that, but it's not inconceivable that that could happen. At least it's not fantasy. Um, and the probability is quite high something like that could happen. Sorry, I gotta be careful what I say here. Probability that a small group of people could control an AGI, one of the AGIs, I don't think it's probability zero. It's not 100 either. I don't know how you attach a probability to something like this. So there's a whole bunch of scenarios, both on the upside and or the universally positive and darker realms like civilizational disruptions, or worse, species extinction. What um, now the question is, if we are the one humans are the first ones to get to AGI, and soon thereafter I would think they will be super intelligent. Now if we are the first and we're switching gears and these things are happening, how does the ethics apply? So in Star Trek segue, there was something called the Prime Directive. First of all, I'll talk about what the Prime Directive is for those who are new. The Prime Directive, for anyone who has been remotely engaged with Star Trek, the franchise, is a set of guidelines that, as it says right here, it prohibits Starfleet, which is a organization in a post-scarcity reality that is dedicated towards the scientific exploration of the cosmos, if I can paraphrase it. Star Trek exists to go beyond where no one has gone before, from our vantage point. So, if you haven't seen Star Trek, they are ships, starships. They can travel at warp speed, and they are zipping through different parts of the galaxy, perhaps even different galaxies. I can't remember off the top of my head. But you, well, the different parts of Star Trek. Some of them, I think, I haven't read the physics of the Star Trek. I think it's by Lawrence Krauss. But I think there are some episodes where there was looking like an EPR bridge, as hypothetical as, I don't know if that's real or hypothetical. But anyway, so as the story evolves, the Starfleet is coming in contact with beings and life forms and entities out there, right? Ah, it's right here. Mandate is to explore the galaxy and seek out new life and civilization. So, throughout the different courses of Star Trek, there are all kinds of beings that it has come in contact with, of all different kinds. From, like the data. Data is an AGI, uh, from my limited perspective. It can Data is a android. It can do any task that a human can, and it's an indispensable part of the Starfleet. I don't know if Data has a gender, but in specific episode, Data. This is, I guess I can. I was going to make this open to everyone, but Data is having relationships with. Um, in TNG, Data is having a relationship with. Forget the name of the character. The character's name. And there was the lady responsible for security before I think Worf, Commander Worf, took over that function. But she had a relationship with Data. They were dating each other. So it is not exactly like an android. I mean, it is an android, but there's some episodes where it's very human. I mean, they're throughout the like at least TNG Data as like a cat, and his name's Spot, I think. Uh, is it Scott or Spot? I always mix it up. Spot, and it's engaging in sometimes some leisurely activities. Um, so it's got its human side, but it is an android based on a positronic brain. And there's like other episodes where it has a like a brother, if memory serves me correct. But I think the brother is like I can't remember all the details, but it was portrayed as a negative character. Anyway, so to come back to the prime director, like so, there's all these kind of intelligences, if you may. There's Data. There's like the Ferengi who, in the previous versions, and I think even up until TNG, were kind of characterized as these kind of what's it called? They were basically greedy, and they were still living in a scarcity environment. Uh, well, when they came in contact with the Starfleet, they were always trying to connive the Starfleet and trick them and what have you. But in the subsequent kind of iterations of Star Trek, I think beyond TNG, they reformed and what's it called? Maybe reformed is not a good word, but they uh, could I just use that word today? But yeah, not funny. But what was I going to say? They well, maybe, but I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else. They changed. They became part of Starfleet, and um, yeah. So I think in this case it was a good assimilation. In the sense of the Borg, the Borg is not portrayed as like the. I mean, yeah. So that's a different entity. And there's like all these different entities, and I think Star Trek is a pretty fantastic education in ethics, and also imagination and what could be out there. Um, so, anyways, so I mean, there's some characters like Q, who's like kind of like a godlike entity. It's like it doesn't necessarily do things to exclusively kind of punish or torture Starfleet command or personnel. I'm pulling this from memory; is a little hazy, but um, sometimes he's trying to teach something. Other times, I don't know. Maybe he's just being. I don't know. Q is a character of its own. There are many other characters, and there are many different parts of the story that make you think about a lot of different things. Um, anyway, so the point was that was like a segue into anyone who doesn't know about Star Trek. I really feel you should watch Star Trek. Um, I truly enjoy watching Star Trek, and if I had time, I would watch all the seasons, episode by episode. I'd probably watch all of TNG again. Uh, I watched a little bit of it in growing up as a teenager, but I watched it again. I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. I watched all of TNG again, and it was a great education. Um, Specific to the Prime Directive, as you see up on the screen, uh, it prohibits the personnel on the Starfleet from interfering in the normal development of any society, and mandates that any Starfleet vessel or crew member is expendable to prevent violation of this rule. Which means if Starfleet personnel uh, or the vessel itself uh, breaks the rule, then they could be let go, right, of command. Now, there's some criticism also of the Starfleet um, in different ways. Um, um, I think one criticism that really stands out is I don't know who this person is. Uh, uh, Janet D. Stemwedel. Anyways, the who is this person? Okay. The criticism is if your concern is not to change the natural behavior or development of alien citizens at any cost, your best bet is to stay at home rather than to explore new worlds. The other criticism is that Prime Directive evolved as a product of the Cold War environment in which Roddenberry wrote, as well as indicating that enforcement would be lacking. And as I was referring to earlier in the video in another context, there's a temporal aspect of Prime Directive, meaning that if time travel is indeed possible, as is hypothesized in this episode of TNG, A Matter of Time, then you can explore different branches of time, but you got to do that in a hygienic way. And I don't know if you can really do that. Um, how would you do that? I think I remember this episode. Um, what if you make a mistake? Like, how would that alter time? Right? There's a lot of different parts of it. Anyways, I won't get into the temporal aspect of the Prime Directive. In the newer kind of episodes of Star Trek, um, I forget. In this case, the movie. I don't know if it was Strange New Worlds. No, sorry, it's one of the movies. Um, it's not highlighted on Wikipedia, but it's one of the Star Trek movies released in the past 10 to 15 years, maybe more, maybe less. No, it's not in the. It's not a '90s movie, but the premise is that I think there's some kind of volcanic eruption or something happening on a planet, and the fleet sends a team. Uh, Somebody on the fleet decides to go down on the planet, and they do something on the planet to alter that event that is about to happen, right? So it kind of is a segue back to the timeline. Where's the timeline? Here, this one. So in this case, it isn't the super intelligence, because we're exploring this from the perspective of the super intelligence. So I can, no, I don't want to do that. I want this one. So that's really weird. Can't erase. Ah, okay. Maybe super intelligence is not allowing me to erase that. What if I do this? Okay, so that's really weird. Okay, so if I wanna, well, okay, here we go. So in this scenario, Um, some event is in a Star Trek sense, some event was imminent, and I'm going to change the slide to showcase what was happening. I mean, this is in the movie. I just forget what the name of that movie is. So, the event is imminent, and here's Starfleet, right? It's the I mean, let's imagine this is the planet, right? And Starfleet is parked somewhere in the orbit. I forget how to draw the ship. This looks more like an aerostat than the Starfleet. Anyway, so that's the mother, like the main Starfleet, and then I think they send a smaller ship down to the surface. When the smaller ship lands on the surface, I don't think I forget the dynamics, but Star this ship has not cleared has not cleared um, the set of decisions with the central command. So basically, it's not authorized; it's unauthorized what they're about to do. So basically, they're breaking the prime directive. Okay, the ship that lands, the ship that lands on the planet. What is happening? The ship that lands on the planet. Why is this red now? I think it's something to do with the volcano. Um, they not only are breaking the prime directive. I don't know how the prime directive applies in this situation or scenario because I don't know. I don't know the details specific to the prime directive. Okay, basically you don't want there's a couple of angles like you don't want to push technology on cultures and civilizations that may not be ready for it. If something's happening native to that realm, you typically don't interfere. I think you don't interfere. Then that's part of the prime directive too. I got to read this again. And as I come back to this episode, sorry, this movie, not episode. The smaller team, I think people on the command on the deck know this. I think I'm not sure, but they do something that if they were not going to break the prime directive and perform that act, then the future event would result into a lot of deaths for a kind of civilization that looks hunter gatherer. In fact, well, primitive is kind of like archaic, like not archaic. It's a relative term, or like it's not a stuff is not things are not really primitive or advanced. I think they're relative. I mean, you can think about it a bunch of different ways, but every culture has its own intelligence, and there's a huge conversation about it. So I won't talk about that right now. But in this scenario, if the event, I think I'm talking too much about this, but if the event were going to happen, then there would most probably be an extinction event for that native hunter-gatherer civilization that inhabits the planet, not just the. Sorry, my charger just fell. Not just the one part of the planet, but the planet overall. As the Starfleet personnel are engaging in that activity, the native population actually considers them to be hostile. And I'm trying to delete this, but it's not. I'll just make it really small and go. That works. Um, so as and then we'll talk as yeah. So they get attacked for basically trying to help that civilization that's like mostly hunter gatherer. Now, if the the Starfleet or the smaller team, if they did not break the Prime Directive and if they did not intervene, then the extinction for that group of people on this alien planet was imminent. And so here's the challenge: what do you do? The rules say something. If you follow the rules, something bad with that. By the way, this is not a cryptic video. In no way, shape, or form is this a cryptic video. In no way, shape, or form am I suggesting anything or implying anything. I'm definitely not encouraging anyone in any way to break the law or take the law in their own hands. Okay? Uh, I'm just talking about the Prime Directive, and that's it. I just want to highlight that. Okay, so the reason why I started talking about the Prime Directive is because this goes back to the beginning of the meditation. I won't do a recap again, just watch the other parts. We will have better awareness of events. Now, contingent on um, how, sorry, contingent on like whether we are the first to get to super intelligence, and then contingent on how the super intelligence itself evolves, and contingent on there's a subset of suppositions that are being uh, made here. If faster than light communication is somehow possible, I don't know how this is going to happen, but a super intelligence could, in theory, enable a form of intelligence uh, that could give us the equivalent of some very advanced level of sentinels spread throughout the galaxy, at least the galaxy. And contingent, we're building a set of suppositions there, contingent on the possibility that there are other life forms, intelligent life forms, tool making life forms, actively communicating life forms. That's a maybe. These are all maybes that are alive at the same time somehow, considering the enormous age of the universe. If they're somehow alive at the same time, and we are the first ones to get to super intelligence, we already know that stuff is happening. Is the degree to which this is happening. So I'm building on a setup. Uh, this is now thinking mathematically, right? If we are the first to get to super intelligence, then what kind of ethics will the super intelligence have? Now, if some event is imminent in the future, then what will this super intelligence do? And so there's a whole bunch of other meditations here because I think the primary question that comes to my mind is whether the superintelligence will be conscious or not. Instead of saying NC, I can just do a C and cancel it out, right? Either it's conscious or it's not. If it's conscious, it needs a great environment and the right initial conditions, right? At least those two things. We have to think deeply about how these beings will evolve because they will be conscious. If it's not conscious, then we also have to think about a lot of things. And the work that we are doing in the realm of AI safety will feed into that reality, anyways. It's going to feed into both of these realities, um, both of realities, right? But if it's conscious, then the environment has to be really factors and the initial conditions. If it's not, I don't know if the environment is going to make a big difference, but if there is a possibility that it could become conscious in the future, then the environment is going to make a big difference. It should be considered from the get-go, maybe. I don't know about this one, but how do you do this is another question. The uneducated guess is circuits. I think I'm not sure. Um, my thinking always being like, however and whenever a superintelligence is about to emerge, it would first. Oh, sorry, my back hurts. Sitting in the chair too long. It would first, um, as if it's particularly if it's conscious, that it would first. Dr. Ben Goertzel's got this thinking that it's going to first teach itself software engineering. Um, I think it was probably going to first teach itself computer engineering, or in parallel to software engineering, it's going to teach itself computer engineering. Then it's going to teach itself associate areas, and it's gonna, as it adopts the values of its creator, it's gonna teach itself ethics, and it's going to weigh in on its decisions deeply before it teaches itself software engineering and computer engineering, what have you. Then it's going to develop circuits that would probably feel alien to from our perspective. Then it's going to weigh in all the inputs that it's receiving. And like there's a couple of different angles to it. This is moving, but as I was sharing, this is a one-way kind of model. But if super intelligences or realms between AGI and super intelligence, I think it would be super intelligence, period. Because if AGI is here, then super intelligence is to follow. It seems quite inevitable. And so I was more apt to classify these as techno signatures, which is, again, once again, a model I have not developed. It's very bare bones. But where was it going? So, let me wrap this up. Um, if it's not the only superintelligence, then it's a mix. So the intelligence of sorry the superintelligence and how it operates will be governed by a universal. Use the universal in the sense that it's a much wider reality. And in this much wider reality, something like a superintelligence would have emerged over and over and over and over again. In fact, it would have emerged at least this many times because these are the number of communicating civilizations in the universe. And so there are, at the very least, 1.35 trillion with a T superintelligences in the universe. Because as these civilizations are communicating, a lot of them may have already gone extinct because the universe is so old. This number, by the way, is not right. This is taking this all of this. The the estimated number of galaxies in the visible universe was 2 trillion. So it's not 150 billion. It could only be this number if the means and mechanisms through which we have arrived at the figure of 2 trillion galaxies has a lot and a lot of duplicates. And from my limited understanding, I could be wrong about this, probably wrong, that lower number would be greatly magnified or would be considered to be significant if there was some kind of gravitational lensing, maybe, or some other phenomena happening that would make us. I don't know how this works. Maybe it's some reflection or something of a galaxy, and it's a whole bunch of times, and it's happening over and over again because, however, other phenomena, black holes and what have you, however, they're warping the signals. So you have an actual number of galaxies, but based on the phenomena that is there, it seems to be that much more when the actual number is a lot lower. But last I checked, the number is 2 trillion. So there are, and as we were discussing earlier, as Lord Rees has mentioned, the universe could be a lot more expansive than the observable universe, right? So James Webb maybe is shedding some light here, but the question is how much more extensive is the universe? Well, there's a lot of other questions here. The question is, first of all, there's many questions, but if the distances are so immense, can these civilizations even talk to each other? That's the first question. So previously, you're making the assumption that some faster than light form of communication has been figured out. But to come back to the chain of thinking, I am thinking or meditating that if these civilizations are communicating or have communicated in the past, then they would have enabled something like an AGI. If they made computers, as we have observed on this planet, modern computers were made. You could say, well, it took a while to make the brains. So evolution worked its thing, and took a. It depends how you look at it. It was kind of explored the timeline earlier. Anyway, so computers from like 80 years plus minus 85, maybe 90 years from the inception of the modern computer to AGI is like 100-year time span. Looks like it could be that we never get to AGI. We are just stuck with ChatGPT in its existing form. That seems improbable. I mean, the probability of something like that is happening is not zero, but it's like maybe 1 or 3%. So the probability weighing against that is 97%. That is not the end. There is other stuff coming every year, possibly. So now the question is that if we have gone from modern computers to AGI in 100 years, and there are, at the very least, this many actively communicating civilizations in the universe that could have existed, are existing, will exist in the future. I mean, that should be the distinction here. It's not like one number. It's either they exist right now, but this is also the question of time. What does it mean by right now? That's a whole topic, right? So relativity. I don't understand, so I won't talk about that. But they could have existed in the past. They may exist in the future. They're not as developed yet, or they may exist right now. I don't know what that means right now, because there's the distance and the time elapsed. It has to do with the time, time aspect, right? Anyway, so I'm gonna wrap up on this, but it, like, I guess is the question more so than anything. Considering, there's a couple of questions. Considering that, based on today's meditations, if this is the lowest estimate, then is this how many super intelligences could be out there? Because these are not intelligences, sorry, civilizations that are just sitting there, some ham radio or some really powerful lasers and shooting this in specific parts of the universe or galaxy, universe, whatever. Universe is comprised of different galaxies. And we're not even going to get into the realm of dark matter, dark energy. Maybe there are creatures in those realms also. I don't, I don't think about that right now. Um, but so it's either that we are the first to get to super intelligence. If that is the case, what is our responsibility to the wider community? I guess the super intelligence is going to tell us. Where does their responsibility start and where does it end and why? If we see events like Beetlejuice or Assassin 21 QJ, if we see some preemptive signs of something like this happening, and there is some gas signature that there is some phosphine in those planets around the solar system or something like that. I don't know, like some very like very discernible signal that there's life and some event is about to happen, as is envisaged in Star Trek. Where did that slide? This one. Now we are Starfleet. Imagine there's something like the Prime Directive. We also now have super intelligence. Now we can put super intelligence back here. Super intelligence. Ah, yeah, we're at it. And I'm gonna erase this. So this is not a ship. Now the ship. What time is it? Let's sleep. Um, what happened? Here. This is not a ship now. Okay, this is super intelligence. Now we are, I guess, in an Ian Banks kind of a reality, and it's not one ship; it's many ships. So the super intelligence exists, whether it's conscious or not. It's going to create simulations. And like I said, there's a whole different angle because if it's not in isolation, now there's the probability here again. The probability that this is the only civilization, super intelligence. If that probability is not zero, then there must be ubiquitous. We go back here. We go back here. We go back to this. Where is this? Why is this not working? So if the probability that now it's not just civilizations, it's super intelligences. I think I'm getting tired now, for sure. Um, but I was trying to fit in the simulation angle too. Um, they will create simulations, and anyways, let's keep it simple. Let's just park the simulation angle for now. Now we have some equivalent of the Prime Directive, and we are seeing events like Beetlejuice or the other examples happening. So it doesn't have to be the extinction of a species or intelligence, but it's on a spectrum. It's all the way from extinction. I don't know how, like, extinction would be like here, right? It starts at degraded kind of civilization all the way to extinction, right? This should really be here because we kind of read from left to right. Anyways, so this is the question: how will this super intelligence, like, because it's like how do you set the initial conditions? What set of actions will it take, and why, right? And so these are the questions, and there's a bunch of different ways to think about this. The other way to think about this, there are many ways, but one of the ways is that technosignatures or super intelligence predate human civilization by maybe billions of years, maybe longer. Who knows, right? Maybe they came from some other reality, multiverses, what have you. But again, is the question of why they would want to interact with puny humans. And this gets into the realm of religion now. I don't know what metaphysics means, but the the reason why something like that would happen is that these beings are timeless, first of all, and they are just a selfless love, right? What's it called? Um, Unconditional love. And when we say consciousness, it's really these kind of, from our vantage point, like these godlike intelligences or super intelligences, and they permeate every single facet of the universe or multiverses. Excuse me. Now, the question then is, and this is going to take a very different take, and I have reason to suspect that, and I haven't. There's a couple of philosophers who've thought a fair bit on this topic. I think the two leading are both from the UK. Uh, the hedonistic imperative. Uh, David Pierce, right? I didn't finish reading his book. Hedonistic. It's a heavy read. I got Yeah, David Pierce. I haven't finished reading the book, but it gets pretty detailed pretty quickly. Um, I can't say I agree or disagree because I don't even know what the narrative is from a David Pierce perspective. But there's another fellow, I forget his name, but he's always, there's like a couple of talks of him and David Pierce kind of, they're not necessarily arguing, they're just talking. It's on YouTube. But the question, this is going, I didn't think I was going to bring this up in these set of meditations, but the question is, this is actually a deep question from my uneducated perspective. If the universe is saturated with super intelligences and techno signatures by the trillions, and these super intelligences and techno signatures are timeless, and they got tired of playing video games, or the equivalent of video games for super intelligence, and so they just seek out to help in quotation marks, uh, beings of different kinds, relative intelligences, and very careful and considerate not to impact the development of these beings in a negative way, and maybe even help them in some way. Uh, Maybe the entire universe is just the mind of some being, or set of realities. Anyways, the topic of suffering. The first question in random order is, if there are so many super intelligence and techno signatures, advanced techno signatures, super advanced from our perspective, then why does suffering exist? That's the first question in random order, right? The same question has been asked by from the perspective of God, right? Now, when I say the word God, first of all, nobody has a monopoly on the word God, and I don't like, I hold the right to offend somebody in the sense that I can criticize their ideas. But there's different definitions of this. Meaning is different. The meaning you attach to this. Some say it's love. Some say it's light. Some say it's beneficial and merciful. Others say it's also vengeful. Others say it's different. Like everything is God, all life form or and all material, like a pantheistic kind of person. So anyway, so there's not one definition, right? Uh, You could say the super intelligences from our vantage point would be godlike. They will be godlike. But the first question going back is, and again, this question's being broken in the realm. This is going off topic, but I don't think it's going to be on topic for today's meditation. But I'm going to go along. It is an important topic from my perspective. The topic of suffering. Once again, if there is these reality, then these godlike creatures, beings also exist. Why is this suffering? That's question one. Okay? The other question is, if there was no suffering, period. If there was no suffering, period, then will we still be able to relate to the degree that we do now? Because only when we feel the pain of somebody else, even if it's for a moment, do we really spring into action. Now, my words should not be misconstrued because I'm not in any shape or form suggesting to create, connive, manipulate things to the disadvantage of somebody unethically, immorally, invading their privacy, however, so that they feel the pain and they help others. I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking the question that if suffering is really eliminated completely, the degree to which will people be able to still relate to each other? Now you can say, well, we don't even need pain in the future. The question is one of pain, right? Why you have pain? That's a different question. I haven't thought about this a lot. Like, what do you mean by pain? Pain is not just physical. It can be emotional, psychological, financial. And all these impact each other. Spiritual, whatever that means. Excuse me. Sorry. Maybe as we take next steps towards superintelligence, pain would be felt on a lesser and lesser level. Maybe the net reduction of suffering, I don't know if this graph is linear or exponential, but this is really where most intelligent beings are heading towards. Till a point arrives somewhere in space or time or in some form where it's just pure bliss in a totally universal sense of the word imaginable. So at this point, this conversation is getting very abstract because it's not. I was trying to focus more on observable events. It is a very observable the media items I've shared. Then I explored this from multiple perspectives and the sense of probability, backed by data, right? Uh, there could there is most probably one gamma ray burst happening somewhere in the sky every day. It could be a lot more. It could be less. Probability states actually a lot more for a variety of factors, gentlemen. So same with the other kind of explorations. And then there was a whole series of meditations on kind of like, off the Drake's equation. Then bringing in the two models, both from the perspective of the superintelligence and then the technosignatures. So the question really is the degree to which, well, first of all, if there is even life or intelligence, let's call it, outside the realm of our understanding. I'm talking like, like we have a range. Bacteria have their own intelligence. Maybe viruses exhibit, they do intelligence, they have some intelligence. You know, even if it's parasitic, it's still intelligence. I think it is. Um, I don't know much about virology to be able to comment on that though. But definitely other beings. And we're learning more and more about these intelligences. So we are in a symbiotic relationship with all these intelligences here on Earth in a terrestrial sense. Now we are going to be in a symbiotic relationship with the machines. We're already in this, it's already there in so many ways. Look at the factory floor, self driving cars, the phones you use, um, the YouTube, right? The filtering, this, that, algorithms, bringing content to you based on your previous engagement. The list goes on and on and on. So there will be a time in an age of spiritual machine sense, Kurzweil speaking again, where the line between human and machine will be gone. Okay? There will be a time. Maybe it's already here. As there's what's the guy's name? A neuromancer. I haven't finished reading that book. Was it the guy from British Columbia? What's his name? Cool guy. Neuromancer is, oh man, I forget the guy's name. And he was Canadian guy. Neuromancer. The future is already here. It isn't distributed evenly. Something like that. So on the topic of superintelligence, one of my thoughts is that the superintelligence is not something that will emerge in a human sense. I'm not exploring this in a non-relative sense, so or outside the sphere of our own sphere of understanding. We've explored this whole dynamic in these set of meditation. I'm saying here, under human, even in the human realm, there is so much incredible diversity. It sometimes seems like it's a universe apart. Like I don't know anything about calculus, and so I feel there's a whole part of reality that I don't know about. And if I could somehow spend the necessary 5, 10, 15, 20, 100, 500, 1,000 hours to understand the basics of calculus, like a whole aspect of reality would be apparent to me or begin to be. It's like I won't go into the deeper conversation here. Like, I don't even understand. But I don't know if there's even one. So it's like there's folks like Sir Roger Penrose that say in mathematics they see these realms that are interesting. So that was like the kind of thing I was trying to think about. But to come back, um, I'm just talking about the emergence of superintelligence here on Earth. And the point I was trying to make is that here on the planet we have incredible variance. We have had people who are, it's not about being ahead or behind, it's they're just unique. Like Isaac Newton was a truly unique figure. And my understanding of mathematics is not even, or physics at that, is not, it's nothing, almost nothing. But Newton seems like someone who was, it's like a 1 in 100 billion. Like you don't have, at least I don't think, maybe it's more common than I would think. But that's a I lost my train of thought. What I was trying to get to is that the, so as Newton was thinking about, and Leibniz also, I would say, um, as they were meditating, and sorry, not meditating because I'm meditating and I'm not trying to, I'm not even close to a mind like Newton or Leibniz. Uh, anyway, so as they were thinking about these thoughts and developing what they sought to develop, there were a lot of other people doing the same old. And so there's this question of the, like I don't want to say something that's ill taught, or like, I don't mean this in a bad way, but um, they were thinking beautiful and interesting thoughts. Let's just put it this way, right? It's truly unique and super interesting ways of thinking that would have a paradigm shifting impact on our collective evolution. So where I'm going with this is, losing my as I close these comments, today's meditation, I'm losing the essence. I was trying to tie it back to super intelligence is something that could have happened in the past. You know, I've tried to explore this kind of aspect previously, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of even thinking if I should post this. It's too abstract. Um, it's really abstract. But I'm hoping it's going to help somebody, at least one person. Maybe it's not going to help them directly, but maybe help them think about something, maybe spark an idea, or help frame a, or maybe just read a book on the topic uh, of AI safety, the technological singularity, or the possibility of finding signatures out there, biological, other signatures, many different kind of signatures. There's like the whole Dr. Sarah Seeger uh, kind of search for exoplanets, looking at gas signatures. I think that's a predominant means, but there could be alien structures out there. even their artifacts, some like a Dyson sphere. It could be to like think about this from the perspective of possibilities, both risks and opportunities. It could be to spark somebody's thinking about the statistical nature of the reality of things. It's like these patterns and sequences, like in the let's what is observed. It's also about how you observe something. Because sometimes when you shift your perspective, you see something in a totally different way. And so it could be, and that's would be my motivation to want to share this. And it could also be that if some of these meditation actually hold some weight to them, then contingent on the set of assumptions that were made, that if we are the first to get to super intelligence, then the probability is quite high that the superintelligence itself would develop its own version of something like a prime directive. And that the question then is that is was the big one of the bigger themes I explored today. That as we are observing events, well, we were observing events in the past because um, the signatures, the ones that have been highlighted, um, yeah, yeah, what just happened here? I didn't know you could move individual pieces. Intelligence merges here, prime directive would be here, and now this is a different context. Okay? It's not a ship, it's not a whale, it's a super intelligence. So the the theme that I started with the meditation the past 3 weeks is that we have been observing events that already happened, right? There are events that already happened, um, and because these events already happened, the probability is quite high. This is supposed to be a straight line, by the way. I just didn't want to draw this again because, like, say we are somewhere here now. Okay? So if I try to fit this back in this model, it would be, it would really be here. It would really be between these two realities. Just, we're going to make an assumption that ours is the only set of ethics, so that is the universal set of ethics. And it's evolving, hopefully. But yeah, so this is us, our the human machine ethics. We are here, right? In this realm, if we are the first to get to super intelligence, then I'm not gonna think about the temporal aspect of things and timelines and what have you. The question is, what would the super intelligence do? Would it actually go and edit timelines? So yeah, this is why I don't want to think about the temporal aspect. But if we don't think about that, then uh, I think discrete is the right word, like as in like very concrete. So not sorry, not discrete, concrete. Then This event has already transpired. We're not exploring the temporal aspect of things. That means it is concrete and irreversible. And if life and civilizations are to be found on the kind of examples that were highlighted today, then they've gone extinct. So we are exploring this from the perspective of us being here. Superintelligence, to the best of our knowledge, has not arrived as of yet, at least not for us, right? Sorry, it's not arrived, period, because we're making that assumption that ours, as we develop AGI, the superintelligence would be the first and the only superintelligence that we know of. Even though there is incredible probabilities looking us straight in the face, or I don't know what the saying is. I mean, we'll just assume that's true. That's what it is. Now, not no, so not exploring the temporal aspect, right? So this is done, and as this happens, and we don't engage, this will keep happening. So again, this is again once again we are assuming we are the first to get to. Now we are here. Instead of being here, we are now in the super intelligence realm. We are here. This is supposed to be a straight line. Okay. Now we are here. Now we are not in a box. We are the ship. And this is not Star Trek. This ship represents the human machine symbiote, but not symbiosis in a cyborgian sense. Like cyborg is not a RoboCop sense. It is maybe like an age of spiritual machine sense. But anyways, I'm not. I mean, like we're already in this phase. Like we have smartphones and other examples that I use. Like AI is going everywhere, or machine learning. Right? So at least we are on the path towards this. I would think this is inevitable. I would personally think, from an uneducated perspective, very uneducated, this is inevitable. Super intelligence will emerge. The question is if it's going to be conscious or not. As I explored here and elsewhere. Here, I forget what I was thinking here, and well, maybe here, but that was more like intelligence. Yeah, mostly there, right? Uh, what happened? Oh, yeah, it was here. So now, as the superintelligence emerges, there would be something equivalent of a prime directive. Now, once again, this is on the assumption that ours is the only superintelligence, and there's the other set of suppositions. If there is now the means to be able to influence our future and the future of other civilizations, particularly from the perspective of getting rid of events that would mean that those civilization or intelligence would cease to exist. The question is if the superintelligence can indeed influence the future, will it? What would be its moral and ethical equivalent of the prime directive? There are other things here too. Initial conditions, the degree to which we can influence this super intelligence, the range of kind of intelligences we are going to have. So, so much as there may be some controversial aspects of some of the folks in the wider AI community, I won't take names, uh, but there are there are people who have made some very controversial statements. So if we separate the person from their statements, if we can, for a moment, I'm not saying that's a blanket writ, but just for a moment, the other statement they made is in the category of uh, multiple forms of beings emerging on the timeline. So there will be, in random order, humans like us, at least my understanding of humans, and then there will be enhanced humans. This is a whole range. Each one of these is a topic by itself. Because I mean, even humans, you have to realize there were people like Da Vinci and Newton, and they were born hundreds of years ago. Okay, so intelligence is relative, though. Yeah. Some say that even if a single person was not born, then you need all of the beings, however they are, with all of their beauty and, in one end and their imperfection, and in some cases maybe both, uh, present in the universe for the universe to exist. Because if you take out one aspect, I think it's highly unlikely that all the timelines and whatever how it all works, that information could kind of uh, just self organize itself, if that's a good way. Anyway, so humans, enhanced humans, the whole topic. What are we talking about? Like genetically modified humans, newer senses, um, this is a huge topic. Then cyborgs, which could include enhanced humans, and enhanced humans could include cyborgs. And then there will be the RT legs, if I did the spelling right. Yeah. So these are really, the way I understand it, the super intelligences. Now you have to understand that these are not discrete or what is it, these are more like Venn diagrams. So if say like humans and beings in these three realms, right? These first three realms, the degree to which they are interacting with the artilects, right? The degree to which they are interlacting. I'm really getting tired. The degree to which they are interacting with the artilects. So it's a degree to it. So there could be anywhere from, I don't know, 0.1% to, I don't know, I'm making these numbers up, 2%. They could be 0.1%, 2% art to that, right? Maybe there's a very safe, non-invasive way to do that. Uh, for the other categories, it could be maybe more. These could be 5% Artilex. Depends how you look at this. Same here, right? 2 to 5% Artilex, right? I think maybe these are liberal estimates. Maybe the numbers are a lot more because if you have a maybe this is a bad example. If you have a bird that starts mimicking human speech, it doesn't mean it's 0.01% human. And well, that is mimicry. So does it understand uh, what it's saying? That's another topic, right? Um, so, so, but there's different aspects to this. Now, uh, if we don't use this, if we don't look at this from the perspective of intelligence, maybe we look at it from the perspective of playfulness, as an example, then we would say dolphins are very playful in general. Possibly one of the most playful beings, coupled with chimpanzees, kind of raised in, I don't know if captivity is the right word, but domesticated chimpanzees, right? Or other primates at that. Maybe you could say that for most animals. Um, Friendliness, playfulness, and environment making a big difference. If you are spending an increasing amount of time with lions, then I am not liable for the repercussions. Just just a heads up. Anyway, so um, just in case, um, or any being at that, right? But so intelligence one, playfulness, and I'm just thinking in like random sense. Um, but these super intelligences would most probably at some point. Now, if because excuse me, the one of the previous thoughts that was being explored is that the superintelligence that and as it is um, to be had in a human sense is the first, like it was the human uh, from the human vantage point is that like we're the first to get to superintelligence in the wider reality, however it works, universe, multiverse, like all like whatever, dimensions, human 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 actions have led to superintelligence. There's a lot of different angles to this conversation. Like at one point, does the superintelligence? What is the point that it leaps beyond or traverses, whereby we are like we have no idea what is going on? What does it mean for us, right? That's a that's an important conversation, I think, right? So for many reasons, some of which have been explored in this set of meditations from other people. In this case, it was not only and originating in a human sense, but in other situations, as humans and enhanced humans and cyborgs are interacting with these artilects or these super intelligences, the super intelligences could be could start interacting with techno signatures. That is based on the hypotheses that the techno signatures exist, right? It's not a play of words. I'm just saying that if techno signatures pre-exist out there, somewhere out there, you can somehow interact with the relative interact the things happening in our reality. And as a super intelligence emerges from our actions, which it's for me at least from my limited uneducated perspective, I would say it's 100% guarantee that a super intelligence is going to emerge from our actions anywhere from now to the next couple of years. It's not more than 5 years. It's definitely not more than 7 years. It's also the possibility that it already has happened, but for some reason we're just it's anyway. So how many of these already exist? These the techno signatures or other artifacts, um, including technological relics, which could be advanced civilizations that the artifacts or super intelligences would have left behind for some purpose beyond our understanding. It's like we got to superintelligence and we told the superintelligence or requested or whatever word, like I don't know how it's going to work, but the superintelligence could act upon any wish that is universally ethical, moral, and would not infringe upon the right of another being to exist. It's up to your imagination. So we make a request, and super intelligence acts upon it. But the question is, where can you take this? The question also is, where can you not take this? The question is, how many beings are? I lost my train of thought. Because if it's the only one, ah, the other train of thought I had was the we have the super intelligences. Yeah. So you can kind of say it's. I don't know if you can say it's a simulation, but I would think the probability is pretty high that a super intelligence is going to create. What is this thing? Oh, I just to move it. Would be nice. Highlight, select and modify. Okay, interact with item, scroll page. So I can just scroll. Why do I need to? Ah, okay, okay. Let's see what it is. Yes. The probability is pretty high that the superintelligence is going to create some simulation. So from our perspective, it depends. I don't know anything about physics and how much matter and energy is going to be required in order to be able to simulate the entire universe. The question is in what level of depth. So I don't know. I don't know about Alan Gut's work and other associated physicists, uh, or when Schmidt-Huber talks about computing universes. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. And if I said any more, Schmidt-Huber, Jurgen Schmidt-Huber might accuse me of stealing his ideas. That's an AI joke. Um, uh, Probably that Schmidt-Huber is actually going to be watching this video as close to zero, so I can make that joke. But anyway, so you have super intelligences. And now I'm having fun with this. At this point, I'm having fun. Before we were talking about exploding planets, which is happening, and other things. So, anyway, so I'm not talking about jarring stuff. Anyway, I have thought about this. Like I have like when I look at news items like this, I do wonder. Seriously do. I wonder if there were entire civilizations multiple civilizations or multiple entire species that were wiped out because of these events. And every time a gamma ray burst is observed, it's going off one a day, uh, even though that may have happened millions, billions of years. The question is, how many civilizations exist that died a premature death and could have been saved? And so the question also is, will the creation of a superintelligence help us towards saving others? And what does that mean, right? Um, I'm a little skeptical of the universe being fine tuned for humans to emerge. I don't think we are that special. I would highly doubt that. Particularly from the perspective and exploring this line of thought that if all of these civilizations have existed, will exist, or are existing, however time works, the majority it is making an assumption that they are kind of evolving in isolation and there are no pre-existing super intelligences or artilects nurturing and guiding their evolution, what have you. Um, that supposition is important to make because um, if that was the case, then that would also apply to us. And if that is the case, then we wouldn't have the world wars and the tsunamis and pandemics and what have you. Or maybe we are on some fringe, like kind of territory of the reality or universe where those kind of safeguards, for lack of a better word, or benefits don't apply to us because we are in the what's it called? We are like the uncontacted tribes, maybe. Uh, and I don't say this to look down upon the uncontacted tribes. If anything, I think we should create a world or worlds to protect, really protect this diversity. An incredible. Spend a fair bit of time, at least through YouTube. This is getting off topic, but I think there's a, like I've said previously, there's an intelligence of its own. Every culture has an intelligence of its own. But we come back to the line of thought. If the superintelligence exists and it's benevolent and loving, then the probability is pretty high that these the realities that we see in front of the screen, trillions and trillions of possible civilizations in the universe, are thriving. So, if that is the case, then some version of some derivative of or variant of these words are maybe charged in our minds because of recent pandemics, at least the word variant. But what I mean is there's some equivalent of the prime directive in existence in maybe not necessarily monolithic sense, but different parts of the reality as different kind of types of prime directive. I mean, I did the whole. This is a unmodified version of Drake's equation, not considering the inputs going into each one of the constituent elements of Drake's equation. Right. So if this is the Drake's equation, they should have put the equation right here. You know, it's basically it spits out this number. Yeah, here it is. Right? Based on the equation, n is equals to r asterisks. Then you multiply all of this together, right? Um, should know this because I made a video on this topic 5 years ago. Um, so yeah, I'm not gonna talk about the further evolution of the Briggs equation. I've kind of spoken about that a little bit through the meditations. But there are possibly, once again, I'm saying this, well, I've said this a bunch of times. It seems improbable, like when we say that it seems improbable that we are the only intelligent tool making species that has ever existed. That is truly will anyone who's even tinkered with like the just the beginnings of the scale of just this universe alone would be like your mind gets boggled of the enormity of reality, just the universe, without invoking the scale, like the quantum realm and all the other realms, without invoking time, without invoking multiverse and many worlds hypotheses. There's a whole slide on, at least from my perspective. There could be other things out there, but the universe is massive, and to think that we are the only tool making species in the universe, I can't, I personally cannot see that happening. On the other hand, it does not seem like there's any hard evidence to think that the contrary would be true. As in, like, there are indeed other tool making advanced intelligences, all the way from tool making relative to our intelligence to godlike intellects or superintelligences. It's a spectrum. And so the question is, the where are they? And that's the Fermi paradox, which I didn't talk about today. Um, and it's kind of maybe tied to other topics that were brought forward, like the dark forest hypotheses, what have you. Um, stuff like transcension hypotheses also talk about that. I think transcension hypothesis automatically redirects to the Fermi paradox page on Wikipedia. But one of the theories posited has been that as intelligences evolve, they seek to compute on incredibly denser scales, and as that happens, there comes a time where they just choose to live in virtual reality in some like their being is replicated in an electronic format, which sounds a little crazy, but if you think about the senses, if I am touching this desk right now, I'm not really touching the desk. It's the electrical, however, like I said, physics is weak and chemistry even weaker. But there's some there are electrons in the atoms of my fingers coming in contact with the electrons on the surface of the table and it's made out of atoms, and there are these jiggly, as Richard Feynman would say, they're jiggling on the surface of the table. I just can't see that. They're not jiggling relative to other kinds of matter around me, like the water in the cup or the air I'm breathing, um, through which my voice waves are traveling, going into the microphone, getting encoded from this analogish kind of reality without invoking like spintronics and whatnot, but or quantum realm. But uh, the computer does its thing with the von Neumann architecture, um, with the whole series of however the operating system works, converting those uh, analog signals into digital, which that then get encoded into a file, which I'm going to save on the hard disk. Uh, so actually, it's all written as zeros and ones. Anyways, coming back to the um, wow, this was a quite a trip today. No mushrooms were ingested in the making of the meditations today, or previously, or any hallucinogenics at that. Nothing against it, but now they're. Oh yeah, I'm getting off topic. I don't want this to be for all ages. Um, the electrons in the finger, they're pushing against the table. The electrons at the table, and the electrons at the table are pushing back against the. I don't know how they really interact, but uh, you could argue that I'm touching the table, but I get the sensation that I am, and so it is with the other senses. Um, light is not a coherent. Sorry, sight is not a coherent um, sense. It is a the photon, in this case, emerging from the LED kind of panel on the laptop, and there's a light behind me which is bouncing off of the different objects also, and it's scattering all over the place. And some of those photons, which are I think wave and particle both, are going into my retinas, and thanks to evolution and perhaps some alien manipulation. I'm kind of joking, but thanks to evolution, um, there are some discernible. Thanks to evolution, there's a picking up of the light in different spectrums. And if I was, say, like a owl, my eyes would see maybe differently, and if I was an elephant, I would see differently. A dog, so on and so forth. As a dragonfly, well, the dragonfly is a different example because their lenses are configured differently, or like a fruit fly, right? But the point is, like the senses, um, our brain. The point I was kind of branching back into now is that brain gets a coherent user interface into reality. But if you go deeper and think about each one of the senses, then each one of the senses are a collection of other kind of mechanisms, for lack of a better word. And we kind of explore that earlier through these are all deep topics on their own, but like the pattern recognizers, it's like kind of briefly kind of talk about it. Like, so if like going back to the example I mentioned, it's like again focus on vision. There's a book called On Intelligence by Jeff Hawkins, and in that video, he kind of talks about, like, so say you're looking at the face of a human. I think that's an actual example from the book, right? And you may think you get a coherent image like this, right? So something like that. In the eyes and in the mind, you have an image, because when you are dreaming of the person, you can recall the face quite accurately, depending on how vivid the dream is, which is a fascinating topic of how the brain does that. Anyway, so well, you think you get this coherent image, right? But what's really happening is your mind is not doing this one snapshot of, say, this is a person name, I don't know, something with a B. Uh, what name should I give this person? Ben. Let's call him Ben, um, or Benji. So the person named Benji, and you think you get a coherent image of a person named Benji, but what is really happening is that there are different photoreceptors in your eyes, and your eyes are kind of like darting in all of these areas. It just happens really fast, so you don't get a sense of that. But somehow the eyes are doing all of that, right? There's actually a complex series of patterns that are kicking in. In addition to your point of focus, both from a uh, vision and a cognitive perspective, would be on kind of sort of Benji's face. But there are other parts to your vision system. You may also be picking up the photons from his neck. And if you're really paying attention, maybe Benji was, how do you draw maybe Benji was wearing a tie that day, right? And the tie was red. And so I'm getting into too much detail, right? But then there's the peripheral vision. Maybe there was a statue here, and you remember that also, but vaguely, because that wasn't your point of focus. However, the coordinates of focus were. But anyway, so we get a very clear picture, a cogent, like a somewhat. Again, I think it depends on person to person. Some have very photographic memories, and others, uh, like me, don't. Uh, but what was I going to say? Um, we get a clean interface into reality, but really it's a collection of pattern recognizers working together in each one related to the each one of these senses. So I use the example of the finger tapping on the table top, right? That's my hand, I guess, and I don't know how to draw. And, but imagine that I think it was better before. So just leave it like that. That's my finger tapping on the table. It's not really touching the table if you think about things from a quantum realm, right? So now this is my ear. That's another sense, and that's a that looks like a toast with peanut butter on it. But anyway, so imagine this is my ear, and there are sound waves now entering my ear, and the ear is now connected to through the nerves and the nervous system extension to the brain, right? And now this is the brain. And whoops. So there's a, I don't know, it's a bad example of a brain ear connect. But there's a there's a series of translations that are happening here, and this is the pattern recognizer that's that are doing this. They're picking up the sound waves and transferring it to the brain, and the brain has been conditioned. Spelling is bad. Conditioned. Yeah. The brain has been conditioned to make sense out of that stimuli. It's a whole conversation by itself. If this was a wave of sound pattern in a language, say from the middle of the jungle in South America, right? I personally would have almost no clue, almost 0% of what this signal meant because I'm not conditioned in this sense. And so, what I'm suggesting, I guess what I'm trying to share is that there's a couple of different aspects to sense making, right? And the train of thought started somewhere from here to come back to this is that super intelligences and intellects as they emerge, contingent on whether they are conscious or not, whatever they do, the probability is quite high, particularly if they're conscious, that they are going to create simulations. These simulations are going to be possibly as detailed as this reality that we are inhabiting right now, you and me, and 8 billion other humans, and a lot of other AIs, whether they are conscious or not. I don't know. I would not know. I think some of them may be conscious. Not sure. Uh, that's so these simulations would be indistinguishable from reality. So that's another conversation, but the probability is I don't know how you attach a probability to this, but at some point, uh, every single there's a couple of different thoughts to this. So one thought is as super intelligences emerge, there go immortality could be a possibility through radical life extension, indefinite life extension. Let's put it this way. This is a very distinct possibility amongst many other possibilities. Because when we are projecting into the future, or trying to project the future, or trying to predict the future, we tend to do this in a linear manner. Um, I think I'm not sure about what I'm saying next, but I wonder what Jules Verne was doing on a day-to-day basis because he got some of the stuff really right, and so it is a given that whatever he was doing, he was most probably an outlier in a Malcolm Gladwell sense. And how much space do I have left on the? Oh wow, this is a 4 hour video. So let me wrap it up because I think I'm going to run out of space here. This video is not going to record. I had no idea I was talking for 4 hours. This was a good meditation. I should be taking breaks. Yeah, let's wrap it up. So um, I would think it's like so radical or sorry indefinite life extension is a definite possibility, but I think there's some gates involved here in the in the sense of ethics, and the gates are not just ethics itself and care and compassion, but it's love. I would think, and this is a more like a spiritual conversation at this point. Uh, Maybe a little controversial, but maybe how we have been evolving for the past forever in a civilizational sense, in a human civilizational sense. So, like you can go back to Gobli Tepe as a proto civilization. Maybe there were other civilizations before that. Maybe people like Robert Shocker, right, and others, right? I don't know, but however and for how long we've been evolving, it's not maybe it's not really in congruence and in alignment with a universal set of ethics. That if techno signatures predate human, the emergence of a superintelligence as a result of human activity, I mean, you're looking at just number. That we through these set of meditations, we have just a basic version of a non-enhanced version of a Drake's equation spits out a number that there's a, even if you go with the like well, you could go lower as in a decimal based kind of aspect to each one of the variables that we chose. But even if you did that, this would still amount to a significant number because right now this number stands at 1.35 trillion communicating civilizations in this universe alone. So, as probability states that some of these, a big chunk of these civilizations are billions of years old. And if that is the case, then, well, there's a whole bunch of possibilities, but either, I mean, have they been replenishing themselves biologically for billions of years? Billion years is a long time, right? And considering the age of the universe could be tens of billions of years. Billion with a B. The other possibility is because I was talking about the senses and the stimuli. So the other possibility is that as the superintelligences create simulations that are indistinguishable from reality because there isn't really any shortage of energy in the universe. Uh, Also, considering the fact that superintelligence are most likely to teach themselves, in a human sense, they would teach themselves computer science, software engineering, advanced chip manufacturing, uh, physics, thermodynamics, however that works. I'm not going to get into Maxwell's demon. I don't really understand that too well. But somehow they were imagined, they were able to create some really sophisticated chips. And these chips can help enable computation that is exponentially more advanced versus anything we could ever imagine. Imagine a simulation that can simulate the entire universe down to the atomic level. Just imagine. And that it doesn't really take that much computation or that much energy to do that. Then, in such a simulation, they have intelligences, the superintelligences have placed within that simulation or now will allow simulation, sorry, the beings to, something happened on the screen. Okay, I hope I still have space. Now there is something that is the equivalent of electronic brains within these simulations. So imagine that's you. Imagine. I'm not saying that is you, but imagine. Oh, me, right? Imagine my mind, however, my mind operates right now. However, the mind operates in the first sense, like, mind It is from memories we associate the patterns from which consciousness arises. That's Jeff Hawkins from On Intelligence. Based on our understanding how our consciousness works, is the mind-brain connection, and there's relationships and environment is a big factor. But imagine, however it all works, could, in its deeper essence, including the uh, kind of, I don't know what metaphysical means, but maybe there's a deeper meaning of consciousness, and even that can be replicated in a electronic sense. So then you place those electronic brains into the simulation that we were talking about, and that is what the super intelligences would be able to do or do for other beings, right? Uh, Maybe for themselves too, but I don't know. That's a um, and maybe there is going to be all these bridges between all these simulations, but then there would be nested simulations. Then you would have simulations within simulations, right? The first reason why the super intelligent, well, there are multiple reasons why a super intelligence would want to create uh, a simulation. The most obvious reason, why would we do it? To improve our reality, right? So we have simulations right now. There's like ANSYS. We, we do from the perspective of what we're discussing, that may seem rudimentary, but it's actually quite sophisticated. Um, so all sorts of simulation softwares to simulate flow of fluids, dissipation of heat, you know, property of materials, and a whole slew of other things. I don't know what slew means, but a whole range of other things. Uh, so these are somewhat basic scenarios. So imagine you could simulate the entire Earth from its core all the way to everything happening on its surface, in the atmosphere, in the orbits. Somehow you could do this. You could do it in incredible detail, and then you could do it the same for a lot more. But so why would you do that again? So to improve your reality, to have better awareness, to be able to try different things before you actually do them in the quote real world. Um, and so then there's the nested simulation. And then in addition to, now a segue, so in addition to just creating a simulation for the purpose of improving your reality, you now have something that is the equivalent of an electronic brain in that simulation. And so the question is, there's a couple of different questions. Is the nature of meditations like this. But the few the not the core question that emerged in my mind is like, how deep does this thing go? Simulation created by some entity, which you've got beings within that simulation. They create a simulation, and it goes on. And how many bridges are between these realities? Because there could be other simulations, and just like there could possibly be information being swapped or traversing between different universes, there could be the equivalent of that happening between simulations. Um, the other question, that's one question. The other question is copies. So there's a bunch of different ways you can think about it. Say this is, I don't want to represent myself as just a symbol, but say this is me and I'm an entity. I'm entity one, right? I'm entity one, right? E1. And now I make a copy of myself. and is the exact same replica of me. Whether it's in a flesh and blood format with all of my memories, 100% of my memories up to that second imprinted in that body. So that's more like a, I don't know what angle that is, but that's that's one aspect of it. Now I that is still me, flesh and blood format, right? But I now have a copy of me that is in the form of a electronic brain, right? So this is a copy of me, but instead of a flesh and blood format, whatever, I have a electronic brain in a simulation that is indistinguishable from reality, but a bit different. You could do some other stuff in it. It's kind of like Second Life. You can fly from point to point. You can do a bunch of other stuff, but it is very rich. There's no uncanny effect. There's no pixelization. There's no jarring kind of the stuff from at least from the perspective of interacting with that simulation itself. It's actually quite pleasant and pleasurable and beautiful and wondrous experiences to be had. And then you can dial back, or depending on how you feel that day, maybe you want to run a 20-hour marathon or something like that. I'm making this up. But maybe you want to dial it back, and you could dial up or down different things based on your liking, providing doing so is in harmony and congruence with the other beings around you. Uh, so that's another set of thoughts that emerge. And when we're talking about superintelligence, is creating simulations, and then the copy of individual entities, whether they are humans or copies of humans in the form of electronic brains, or any one of these kind of categories of, I guess, humans uh, represented as an electronic brain. Um, it is inevitable, once again, that a superintelligence is going to emerge on this planet. And the only way this may not happen, and I'm not even sure about that, is if there was a complete shutdown of the grid, and that could mean the internet. Even when you do that, it's like, how do you really ensure that when the machines are going to come back online, there wouldn't be any remnant of superintelligence on any machine? Uh, you would have to really inoculate. Maybe that's a bad word, because when I choose a word like that, it makes it sound like superintelligence is kind of like a virus. I don't mean it in that sense. Superintelligence are emerging. They're already here. Depends what you mean by superintelligence. This is something I referred to in some of the previous meditations. There are many different examples of superintelligence already. Central governments, institutions within those central governments, to many other superintelligences at that. The human body is a superintelligence. Um, there's cultures and there's civilizations. They're all superintelligent. Is the scale, and so the scale that is about to emerge looks like is going to be exponentially more advanced compared to the individual or collective actions of the superintelligences that already exist. Um, I guess the equivalent of this would be something like a couple of billion years ago on Earth. Like, there was a transition. This is the second time I brought this up in the meditations today. But you've got prokaryotic life forms, and they're starting to collaborate, and it's the beginnings of the eukaryotic life forms. But there will be some like a passage of time. I don't know how much time, maybe tens of million, hundreds of million of years or more, and then these interesting combinations of the collaboration would start to emerge, and that would be the precursor of all evolution on this planet, the way I understand it from a very rudimentary sense. That was the precursor that was to start to begin to look like everything we see around ourselves, the blade of grass, the trees, the insects, the also includes a lot of beings that have gone extinct, right? So you've got the flora, fauna, archaea, maybe there were entire branches that have gone extinct. But within these three branches, there has been incredible diversity. But it all started at that point in the evolutionary history. And I think we're somewhere there with these super intelligence. Like this, I think when we are when we when I say we are here between AI today and possible steps towards AGI with a very high probability, then that's what I mean. That there will be increased collaboration between um, humans and machines. The level of machine autonomy is increasing, and if it is increasing exponentially, the graph is looking like this. This is not a linear scale. This is an exponential scale. So that is when you start thinking about the exponential nature of the super intelligence itself, but also the possibility that there could be other artilects or techno signatures out there. Again, how it all works is beyond me, but there's a clear, at least in my mind, my uneducated mind from a non scientific perspective, I feel there's a very clear connection here to the kind of topics that I tried to share today. Now, once again, there's a huge disclaimer, well, in addition to the disclaimer that I just mentioned, that none of what I'm saying could be true. And I'm not going to go through the whole sequence. We may never get to superintelligence. I don't know how that's going to happen, but it is the probability that superintelligence will never happen. How do I always mix them up? I mean, it's not zero. The probability is not zero that super intelligence will. Yeah, I'm getting tired now. but uh, but super intelligence may never exist, and we may for reasons be just relegated to like some version of existing level AI, and that's going to be it's going to be kind of like say like if you were to live 5 million or 10 million years, that would be kind of like the equivalent of using Windows XP for those for like for like some almost all duration of that existence. Bad example, but I mean it's not inconceivable that superintelligence, at least from our relative angle, may not exist. Um, I would my thinking is it's inevitable. My thinking also is that it's not going to be the only super intelligence in the wider reality, and depends on how wide of a reality It's not really wide or narrow. It's just what is out there, right? So I would be astounded if the superintelligence that is about to be enabled as a result of our actions was indeed the only uh, intelligence. So the question is, what does this all mean? I don't know. I could this is just a series of thoughts and maybe connecting all the wrong dots. Uh, but if this is going to happen, then I would think the journey is the reward. So it's only that the journey could be getting exponentially better very, very soon. It could be here the next hour, be here tomorrow, be here 5 years from now, 10 years, 100 years maximum. But there will be a time when the journey will be exponentially better. As that happens, and if the entire universe isn't just, I mean, I don't think the entire universe is pure consciousness. Uh, if it is, then again, the from our vantage point, the observable rate of suffering seems to be lessening, but it's still a lot, right? Tsunamis, wars, climate change, disease, um, the prospect of existential risks materializing, causing irreversible harm to the species. A step less than that is harm to civilization. All of these are bad outcomes. And so, if the universe was indeed some kind of pure consciousness and loving kumbaya, like a bunch of artilects or super intelligences that already exist, they're talking to each other. If it was really happening, I mean, the question is, why would there be suffering? There's a couple of different things here. Maybe it's all a test to see what we're going to do. Maybe everything and everyone you see around is really you, is just another version of you. So it's how you relate to others and other life forms, which is never said, not said in the sense that you tolerate bad behavior in a nutshell to encapsulate the undesirable set of stimuli. It's not to suggest that you tolerate that. But anyways, I was just kind of like doing this the thought experiment, like why in the realm of super intelligence is pre-existing with something like the set of behavior, the things we observe exist, right? Um, or maybe the super intelligences pre-exist, but we can only interact with them through another super intelligence. So it's like the metaphor is that everyone's using the internet, and it's not just about playing video games and sending cat memes, funny cat memes to each other. Uh, Imagine a much more advanced version of the internet. Um, you can maybe download memories. That makes me a little scared. That's scary because that I don't think we're ready for that. Just considering the surface level news related to cybersecurity. Um, uh, but imagine it's all worked out the problems, and there's balance, focus on human well-being, and without sacrificing privacy, liberties, freedoms, or anything of that sort. But imagine that that was the way. So you now have an internet that you can do a lot more on. It. You can swap energy, like actual energy, which is going to happen anyways. It's going to be an energy internet as envisioned by Jeremy Rifkin and the Zero Marginal Cost Society. And you can do a lot of these things on this equivalent of internet, the advanced network. Um, However, to interact with such a construct, you need some mechanism. And if you uh, try to send, and imagine you are using the equivalent of something like a carrier pigeon. I mean, unless the carrier pigeon can somehow, I'm getting into the abstract realm here, but my point is maybe the super intelligence is the equivalent of a modem or a router or a computer in a relative sense that will allow us to interact with pre-existing intellects or super intelligences. And this is not in the topology or protocol or transmission, layer sense. Uh, it's in the sense of how knowledge is encoded. Um, so we have a propensity, sorry, as we have evolved with our brains and our senses, we encode knowledge in symbols, and the symbols have meanings. It's not an area of expertise for me, but the letters have meanings, and so we associate the letters with a meaning, like a sound mostly, right? Um, and those letters then constitute words, and words make sentences, which make paragraphs, which make uh, like longer uh, sequences. But there's a meaning attached to each one of these kind of constituent elements, and this is a invention. The language, uh, it was a necessary invention because without it, we would be, I would say, probably the most necessary or most useful and most transformative invention is the development of language, at least in a human sense. So to come back, the how we encode the information is typically flat. And imagine if there was some entity or intelligence that could encode information in a much more richer way. Now, I I personally cannot imagine that. At least I don't know how to. Uh, you can maybe tinker with it. Um, so you can tell I'm way beyond my area of even like limited awareness. But what I'm trying to say is that it would be not just about letters and words and symbols as you see on the screen, Symbols can actually pack a lot of information, uh, and you can represent models with symbols in an incredible way. My rudimentary understanding on this topic. So, with the existing level of language and the advancements we've had in mathematics, we can represent reality uh, in a rich way. And this is not this. I'm not going to speak about this, uh, but we can. You can say we can simulate the different realities using mathematics. So that's not to say mathematics is a language, and there's this ongoing discussion about whether mathematics invented, was invented, or is something we discover. So if it's invented, then how is it that it fits so well together? And if it is, and why are there some areas of mathematics that are more interesting than others? If it fits together so well, then why does it do that? And so there are other questions which I want to get into. But imagine, just like coming back to language, we have invented language that serves an incredibly useful purpose for us. It's kept us alive, it led to incredible advances related to our quality of life, has led to us developing inventions that has at least doubled our lifespan from an average of 37 to uh, 75 plus now. I think COVID put a like COVID pulled has resulted to the average lifespan lessening around the world. But the trend is towards 120 years becoming the new 75. As long as I'm not going to talk about it from a regulatory perspective because there's a couple of different. Anyway, so like I said, super intelligence we could even get to radical or unlimited, uh, indefinite life extension. But to come back to what I was referring to, imagine that there is whatever language that has done for us, and however mathematics really works. Imagine that there was some way of capturing information and modeling it in such a way that was a lot richer. Like, what does that mean? Like, what scale? That's a good question. So, we may not have the senses to be able to represent knowledge in that realm. But a super intelligence, I mean, it would happen. It would happen for it automatically, right? Because it could have developed more senses. It could model the world in ways that we could barely, not all the areas, but some of the areas we could start to begin to wrap our minds around. Like it would tell you, oh, I've created these detailed simulations, and oh, this is how I mixed and matched these different possibilities, and this is the number of iterations I ran, and oh, these are the other intelligences that predate us, and this is what they are sharing with me, and I've fact like stuff of that nature. Yeah, this is getting a little. It's not what's it called. It's not as it's not coherently structured, but But that's really what I was. It's like a set of meditations where I'm thinking, what if there was a way of representing knowledge in a way that's a lot more richer. I think we can close on this note. There was a couple of key themes, and uh, I think one of the core themes really is if uh, our understanding of intellects or superintelligence, and as it emerges, if it's going to be the first in the wider reality out there, if if it is, then it comes with a set of responsibilities, and the probability that there are other intelligent life forms and life out there in just this universe alone is, statistically speaking, quite high. I mean, it could be zero, and we are the only ones alive. But probability states there's a lot of life and intelligent life out there. Probability that we are the only species in the universe, if that probability of other life forms existing is zero, then I met this fellow at one time, and he was a male in this sense. He said, I guess gender neutral. They said, if we are the only species, period, in the universe, then it increases the probability that we are living in a simulation. Okay, so that's an interesting way of thinking about this. If I'm going to repeat, if we are the only species, period, in the entire known universe, observable beyond the observable universe, if we are the only life form, period, or species or intelligent species, I think they said life form, period, then it increases the probability that we are living in a simulation. Which I'm not going to get into the simulation aspect. There's a whole bunch of ways you can think about the simulation aspect. This is just the beginning. Super intelligence emerges, creates simulation, that it creates simulation within itself. How deep does this go? Who's to say? Is there some variable, some constraint that thou shalt not create this many nested simulations? How many of these simulations have kind of gates into each other? It's like the EPR equivalent in the simulation sense. And then what do you place within these simulations and why? And how distinguishable are the set of stimuli compared to how those stimuli were being experienced in the original, whatever original means? Because who's to say that right now we get a very cogent and very, Einstein said reality is an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. So, the question is, who's to say that this reality is not one of the simulations, right? We think we are the base, whatever the base is, but really there is no guarantee. Like, how do you prove this or not prove this? But the question is one of the discrete, and there's a different conversation that there's a different schools of thought on what is the real constituent element or piece, and as it relates to reality. Some say it's just pure consciousness. Others would say it's uh, what's it called, string theory. Others would say it's digital physics, more kind of like a John Wheeler, I think Ed Fredkin, and even Conrad Zusi, I think, wrote a book on this topic. I'm not, I'm sure there are others, but I've made a video on this topic. I don't know how much of it is accurate, but um, Wheeler was of the opinion, I've mentioned this in other videos also, Wheeler was of the opinion, John Wheeler, physicist John Wheeler, the late physicist John Wheeler, was of the opinion that at the base of reality, there's something that operates in a manner like computers do. So, as you know, as you may know, the computer, if you were going to think of the computer, a Turing computer, like a modern computer, not a Turing machine, because I think a Turing machine would have infinite tape or storage or sorry memory. But typically, a modern computer, you can think of it as a head on the top, which reads something on a kind of like a conveyor belt. And a conveyor belt has either zeros and ones, right? So it's the sequence of the zeros and ones in the binary that's converted into bits, if I'm explaining this right. Right? How many bits make a byte? 8 bits make a byte. Yeah, I'm not explaining that. I think I'm skipping some steps, but it is the interaction. It's basically the switching of the zero and one that gives life to all computation that we benefit from and engage with every day. It's all zeros and ones. It's all binary, and there could be other computations like tertiary, maybe operators. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what I'm talking about. There could be many different kinds of computation other than the ones we kind of know about. Classical von Neumann kind of, this, which well, it's destructive computing because there's some loss of heat, and I think information is destroyed in some way as the competition is happening. I'm not sure about what I'm talking about right now. But there are other forms of competition also. Some of them are more theoretical versus the others. Uh, we already know quantum computers are a reality now. There's also biocomputing. There are other theoretical models whereby there couldn't be the destructive aspect of computation, and thus you wouldn't have the loss of heat as a consequence. Um, Coming back to Wheeler, just like you have the binary aspect in a modern, like in a computer here, Wheeler said that at the base, reality also operates like that. Obviously, it's not zeros and one, but it's something like a zero and one. So I don't know if this is something that Wheeler wrote about. If this is on topic, he wrote about quantum foam. So I don't know if he was talking about quantum foam and supposedly some phenomena seemingly bubbling in and out of existence at some quantum. I think I don't know if it's quantum realm or beyond that. I don't know what I'm talking about at this point. But that was Wheeler's thinking that reality also operates in such a way. But the question is, how many of these, if he's right, if Wheeler was right, how many of these such realities are interacting with each other? That's question one. And there are other questions, which I will. I think I'll stop here because I don't know what. Way it's way beyond my area of understanding, even close to. Um, but who's to say that however reality works is not a simulation, or is it not a simulation within a simulation? I think it's like it's naive to think that this reality must be the base reality. I mean, why? We don't know, right? We barely know about the workings of our own solar system. So forget the galaxy, forget black holes. I mean, what is dark energy, dark matter? You know, there's so many questions, and if I think it was something uh, around. I was talking. I think I overwrote on top of the I think I overwrote on top of the one of the slides, but typically, I think this was one of the slides, and I overwrote on top of that. I think I'm not sure. Uh, Typically, the kind of I have no idea which slide it was. Yeah, I think I overwrote on top of that. Typically, when we are uh, talking about like I'm not going to offer a critique that there's groupthink or it's like that they're saying that everyone's thinking the same thing, so nobody's thinking. I can't say how I won't say that is the way thinking exists in the wider reality. All of us are influencing each other without doubt. Um, where am I going with this? Um, the narrative is typically structured in such a way, and I was talking about this earlier. I guess we can close on this note. It's either that it's being represented as right now it's like continued AI development. So we're still kind of talking something like this level. I think I'm not sure. There could be a much deeper meaning to existence. I mean, from a perspective of however consciousness works right now, and but some of us could be in some totally different reality. And again, I would think that would be governed by your set of ethics and your how beautiful your being is inside and out, right? So I don't know if you have a soul or not, but so anyway, I wanted to talk. But we are the from the closing comment. We're talking about things like here AI today, and we want to develop this. Uh, People have a sense that we are heading towards AGI. As this realm is being explored, it is one of the two narratives. One is of all the ways the combined developments could be leveraged for the benefit of all of life. And there's the different energies active here, so favorite of activity in random order, the effective altruism forums. Uh, I don't know about less wrong. I've never been there, so I don't know what work they're doing. But there's these pockets of activities. If you look at and listen to some of the leading AI kind of what's it called change makers, they are the four horsemen. I think Joshua Bengio, what's the guy's name? Hinton. There's two others, but I think three out of the four are in the favor of raising the alarm bell, so to speak. Like, I don't know what they're really saying. Are they saying it needs to be regulated? What does that mean? How do you contain it? Is there other people who are quite how should I say that they have developed some core breakthroughs also, and they are making statements. I won't take names or give more hints, but they are saying more recently in the past couple of months, quote, on the topic of containment, they are saying there must be a way. Okay, I don't say this in a sarcastic way to make them look bad. That's not my intention. But it's the people who created the AI are saying there must be a way to contain it, right? So listen, I am not taking away from that conversation. I'm not saying this in a sarcastic. I can't. I'm nobody. I don't know what I'm talking about. My point is, and I'm not trying to get away from this conversation. Again, I am not in any shape or form implying, hinting even, that the issues being raised are non-issues. In fact, I would say these are all important issues, and we should think about, from an educated perspective, how to get more people engaged in these endeavors. When I hear of youth unemployment in China or anywhere, 10% unemployment rate across Europe, more in the youth segment. There are other aspects too, like with regards to automation and its impact on the workforce. Uh, I won't talk about all, like, so there's an incredible opportunity to get more people involved helping solve these problems. But I think there are some challenges. I think it's I won't get into the entire list, but I think there is some uh, unethical stuff happening whereby everybody's stealing everyone's stuff, including intellectual property. Uh, and it's not just the Chinese who are doing that. Um, so, anyways, I won't get into the the details, but to come back, we're kind of, and again, I've said this like many times. I'll say it again. It's definitely not to take the focus away from important, crucial topics like guardrails and alignment, which I don't know much about. Like I can conceptualize the aspect in my mind with the metaphors that are used, and I can translate that into tangible steps. Like you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. You don't want to have deep fakes of people saying something that could be saying or doing something that could be harmful for them and their quality of life or their life. Uh, so these are very serious, extremely serious things. And I think these are the kind of things people like Hinton and others are trying to raise awareness, uh, they're trying to raise awareness related to these issues. Um, so again, I'm actually spending more time with whatever amount of time I can learning about these areas and other areas, whatever limited amount of time I have, right? So I, 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 having said that, with a huge disclaimer, I feel we should think about, we should preempt what's coming shortly thereafter. Because the moment we get here, the spacing in between these areas is not to scale. I'm not saying it's going to take more time. It's going to take less time to get from here to here than more time to get to here because it's like a little bit more space. This I added later on, and I explored the different angles. But my sense is, my educated sense is that this will result to this very quickly. Werner Vinge has a talk on the topic of technological singularity. I think it was his talk on for the at the Long Now Foundation. And one of the things, one of the parts of the video is kind of referring to the takeoff, and he is kind of I forget the timelines he was kind of talking about. He's like 1 hour is probably not a good idea for a fast takeoff or any takeoff, like a 1 hour fast takeoff. So he doesn't talk about the speed or the time. I forget the context, but he was trying to like structure the kind of takeoff. And yeah, I think I'm mixing things up right now, but um, my sense is this is going to be very rapid. Like as soon as we get to a general purpose intelligence that as it regulates itself from its ethical framework, which would I would think be governed by the values of its creators and the values that its creators on top of that trained it on. So their values, and then the things like the developments that they structured, however the training works, it's like the data aspect and maybe the environment aspect. So however the structure is, the values that AGI will adopt. Then there's the question of conscious versus or not conscious, or maybe the gradients in between. If it's conscious, obviously you don't want to make it unhappy or piss it off, excuse my language, because that's not a good, sorry, stomach's making rumbling noises. But that's not a good what's it called, seems like a good thing to do, right? So once again, I feel this is gonna be very fast from here to here, and there's some rumors to suggest that AGI is already here. I will not share the resource. Um, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the source is legit. I can't say who the source is. It is in the public domain. Well, it's not in the public domain, like as in TechCrunch or whatever. But if that is true, then the question is if the superintelligence is already here, or it will be here very shortly. Um, there's a documentary on the life of Ray Kurzweil, or something called The Transcendent Man, something like that. And I think Kurzweil closes with the comment that God is not here yet. So if the superintelligence is here or is about to manifest, whatever the right word is, then it would not be any indistinguishable from godlike entity. That is not an ego based comment. It's a rational, like it's a rational like it's a rational thing to think, because you will have a intelligence that at the very least will have access to all of human, at least human intelligence. Then it will mix and match that intelligence between different subjects. Then it may create a simulation, and then within that simulation, it will create labs, and then within those labs, it will run an unlimited number of experiments. It will then take all of these learnings and feed it back through the loop, and it will do it over and over again. And if it can find a more cheaper, sorry, a more, when I say cheaper, I mean energy expense. Um, if you find a more cheaper means to compute, oh, wow, things are going to move very fast. So um, I see this as inevitable, right? So we are here, everybody's thinking in this kind of realm, but this should be thought in advance. Just like people should not think about going from Kardashian model zero, whether it's in the domain of energy or space, and think about going one. Because if the Kardashian model one is achieved, and all industry, all activities related to the sustenance of that civilization are on a single planet, when that planet was already under stress for doing that in the first place, that's bad. On top of that, the development of a type 1 civilization itself could be a uh, risk, because the species has still not achieved a multi-planetary or multi or beyond its planetary existence. It has no backup of any sort, not even patterns. So 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 to come back, and one of the points I made, um, the angle where not creating the super intelligence can also pose an existential risk to humans should also be considered. I don't want to harp or like focus on that one point, because this was a moving kind of exploration. I'm going to say this again in the context of the past 10, 12 minutes and what I've been talking about, and on the closing notes. If again we are here repeating this, right? We are thinking the right, I would think from my limited perspective, unless consciousness exists and it truly works in mysterious ways. And on top of that, we don't really need this whatever we're discussing. Like we have machines and we send emails, but we don't need it. Imagine we don't, right? Um, then there's the godlike entities that pre-exist. We can just think and stuff will happen. The probability of that seems close to zero. It's not zero, it's close to zero, because there is stuff happening all around us. So the probability of that was not close to zero, then the things like that would not be happening, like tsunami, flood, fire, forest fires, and pandemics, and what have you. Right? So, so, I don't. I mean, I wish I could edit that part out. But I'm not gonna have time to edit the audio video. But yeah, I don't want to invoke the consciousness aspect, because I'm beginning to explore that, and my intuitive sense is there's something there. What it means, I don't know, right? Um, but the path that we are on as a species needs care, obviously needs attention, needs safeguards, needs other things. We need to make sure it's not in the hands of the few. Uh, we also need to, on the other side, we need to make sure that as this technology becomes accessible and democratized, that people don't abuse it for any purpose. Um, we have been done. Do that with all the other technologies, so this should not be any different. But my point was to, I guess, if I can drive one message, think about this. It will be here shortly. I don't even think it's 2028. I don't know when it's going to be here. It's going to be here soon, if my estimates are right. These are non-mathematical estimates, as in there are no cogent inputs feeding into these numbers, other than listening to others who are active in the areas and following their kind of timelines. I want to take the names. The other aspect, and I've said this a bunch of times, I'm going to close on this. The 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 possibility that a super intelligence emerges. I drew whoops. I drew a, what's happening here? No, that's what I want to do. Add to new page. This would be the new page. So I can delete that. So you've got a super intelligence that emerges, and wow, this was quite a meditation. And where did I just? Oh yeah, what happened here? So let's try adding it to the library. And how do you pull it from library? Libraries. I don't know. So you've got a super intelligence. It's emerged, and now there is. So sorry, forget that there is a super intelligence just for a moment. There is some event in the future. This is pure conjecture, by the way. It has nothing to do with how the video started and the articles. I don't have a born like a thing about anything, premonition or anything like that. I just stumble across these articles. Just, historically, Google recommends them to me. I've now disabled all that. Is too. I don't want to focus on this. Like it takes a lot of my time. Um, I'm not implying anything, by the way. But imagine all that being said. Imagine there's some event in the future, and this E could stand for existential risk. It could stand for extinction. It could stand for some lesser scale, like a civilizational risk. And there's a degree to which, like the degree of how these risks could materialize. But imagine there are no gods or super intelligence so far. I don't say this situation. I don't say it to offend anyone. But there would not be any intervention because there are no entity to intervene. So the point is, harping on this, we are exclusively focused here, which again is not to take the focus away, right? So one point is to start thinking about this realm. It's going to be here soon. And the other point is that if an event is imminent, and this is another way to think about this problem in my humble capacity. If an event is imminent, and the only way this event can be avoided, I think this is one of the first slides in how I started. No, when I was talking about, yeah, here. I was talking here. Yeah, I think I'm repeating myself at this point. After 5 hours, I'm repeating myself. But I think there could be something here from an educated perspective. You have an event that is imminent in the future, and a certain level of AGI or pre pre AGI reality could hint at that. It's hinting. It's not AGI. It's a collection of machine learning models working together, and it's not conscious. And there is a series of human and machine collaboration existing realm that is happening, and it's starting to hint at something that's bad. Okay, it's also hinting at something that's really good. That's another angle. I just don't want to focus on the risk. So you want to maximize that, right? And it's not to pick favorites. And definitely not to pick AI favorites. Definitely not to pick AI favorites in the sense that if basic research is, and which is the actual engine, that is the engine of prosperity, and everyone is focusing on AI, and then AI, like, for some weird reason, goes through an AI winter, then that would be a bad strategic move because somebody picked favorites, somebody influenced the mind of the decision makers and the populace to focus on picking favorites. They picked the favorites. AI went through an AI winter at the expense of basic research taken. So the basic research taken a lot of other hits already. Bad, 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 bad. Right. On the complete end, on the other end, however this happens, the thing I just shared, there are some really good areas that, as they're tackled, could really demonstrably make human and all other life on the planet really good, like really better. And it seemed logical to want to get to those realms, provided it doesn't come at the expense of the what was just mentioned. Sorry, it doesn't come at the expense of taking on that risk that was just mentioned. That seems like a significant risk to take. And by reframing the problem, you don't have to even do it that way. Now, this one, I wanted to share that if there is some existential risk, right? Actually, there's two categories of this. One is the existential risk. That's not emergency response. And let's say there's one of the two possibilities. There's one is existential risk, and one is existential hope. It's not the, well, depends on whose definition. But if the only means to be able to solve the problem was through a super intelligence, I'm just thinking of, or try to think of different possibilities. There's some event in the future. Yeah, there is some event in the future. There's some event in the future. This is the future. This is the future. Right? This whole thing here is the future. There's some event in the future. We are here. And this is anywhere from 1 to 5 years. If we do a bad job, guardrails, alignment, containment, however, whatever needs to be done, that is bad. If the thing goes rogue, that's bad. I shared the whole, like, not a whole, but kind of like different scenarios. But this is a new thing. This is one way of looking at it. Also, some event is happening in the future, and both to detect it and then to either mitigate the risk or benefit from turn it the thing into a hopeful situation. You would have to have super intelligences. This is obviously hypothetical. There's a lot of hypothetical scenarios and conditions here in these set of meditations. But yeah, the following was a set of meditations today. It started with real world uh, items whereby there's evidence to suggest there's stuff happening in the Milky Way and in obviously the wider cosmos, that if something like that were to happen within our vicinity, like now in a solar system sense, is anywhere from 600 light years to a 1800 light years, a significant distance. I don't even know what that amounts to in. It's probably billions of or tens of billions, if not more, of miles. Um, it depends on the nature of the. In this case, it was threat. So the nature of the threat, right? So if you've got a nebula, for example, uh, behind you, like the imagine the relative motion of the Milky Way. If you were, it depends on which angle you're looking at from or which direction, which side you're on. Imagine we are on the side of the Milky Way, whereby from our vantage point, it looks like the Milky Way is traveling in a anti-clockwise direction, and my computer has frozen. So, or I've lost my cursor. If that was the situation, then if there was a nebula, say we are here, different example, we are here, yeah, we are here, and the nebula is somewhere here. It's massive. It's 50,000 light years across. Sorry, not 50,000, because this would be 60,000 light years. So, say it's say let's imagine somehow it's 5 light years across. I don't know how nebula can get that big, but imagine it's 5 light years across, or even 1 light year across, right? That a whole solar system could easily fit inside the nebula. Now, if the, it is 1 light year across, but it's at least I have all this 120, 60, it's at least 10 light years away from us, or 20 light years. And generally speaking, stuff is moving in this direction. I'm gonna highlight it in blue, like this direction, like that, right? Don't worry about the bands and all that stuff. So, like, it may not pose a threat to us, but the question is if there are other life, and sorry, if there is other life, and there's a bunch of questions with regards to the trail, and, like the trail is going to leave in its wake. I mean, this is kind of hypothesized in the movie Interstellar, and this yeah, okay, I guess I can close on this note, and I don't want to close on this note, but what I'm saying is that, that's how the video started, focusing on real news, based on evidence. But we explored a lot of different territories in the sense. I'm not going to do a summation because I've already retraced, sorry, yeah, I'm tired now, so I'm going to wrap this up. And this was one of the novels, like, I'm not saying I said this, but if some event is happening, it doesn't have to be a cosmic event, by the way. It could be human error or human terror, as Lord Rees talks about that, right? He uses this phrase, terror or error. And um, looks like, I hope my internet's not down. Oh, there's a subtitle actually of this, our final hour. The scientists warning how terror, error, and environmental disaster threaten humankind's future in this century, on Earth and beyond. I picked up this book from the library, by the way, and it's, considering it was written almost 20 years ago, 2005, 2015, 2020, 20, oh wow, 30, almost 30 years ago. Wow. Yeah, 2005, 15, 2025. Yeah, it's really seems to be really relevant. I didn't go through the book, but I skipped through the pages and skimmed through the pages. Uh, yes, and I have read at least two essays from "If Science Is to Save Us." I think the purpose of life should be to explore what you find interesting, and not everything that you explore you will make sense out of it 100%, at least not the first time. But if you have AIs guiding you and teaching you with an evolving set of ethics in a way that's peaceful and calm and balanced, and not like sucking you into like the screens all the time and other things, then you would only improve your understanding. And so, once again, this would be a good, wholesome symbiosis of human machine evolution. And as Kurzweil has predicted, I think it was in the age of spiritual machines, then the purpose of humans and machines would then become one that involves unearthing new information or new knowledge, sorry. And that is, I would feel, one of the core uh, outcomes that we should uh, think about and what, like, work towards. I think we should rethink jobs, and this actually I've thought about this. Actually, this is something I've looked into. I've read the report by Oxford University. I've shared my thoughts on Quora originally. I don't think I agree with all of my thoughts originally on this topic from 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, but I think I don't know, like, at first I made, like, I joked about Kai Fu Lee's suggestion that there should be fake work that should be created. I think his proposition was that doing so is going to be actually beneficial for the humans, not the humans, but it's going to be beneficial from the perspective that humans engaged in some construct like that. So there isn't necessarily a need to have humans do the work, but we create the fake work so that humans get the social and other benefits and keep engaged, their minds and bodies are engaged. But I guess the question is the degree to which we should do that and for the kind of work itself. And so I think there's a general consensus that is emerging that boring, repetitive, monotonous, dangerous jobs should be eliminated. And I 100% agree. And there's a whole list of jobs in that category. Uh, but there are other aspects to it also from an economics perspective, but also the NY or boredom aspect. So if humans are not working in an era of incredible abundance, are like if if this is not thought through, then it could make humans lazy and obese, which would create diseases unless you had some way of fixing that. But prevention is the best antidote. What is the saying? Um, something like that. Prevention is better than a cure, right? So we should not have the problem in the first place. We're only for the problem to emerge and then fix it. So this is why thinking about these problems, thinking about the thinking about stuff in advance is good. Yeah. So I'm going to switch back to the last slide about hope versus risk. And with that, today's message, the meditation concludes. I think this is part 4 or 5. This part is turning out to be 5 hour long meditation. Wow. I hope this it saves itself because if it doesn't, then I'm going to lose five hours worth of progress, and that is going to suck. Um, but if you watch this, thank you. Feedback's always welcome. Um, just keep it polite. Criticize the idea. Uh, if you have feedback for me personally, definitely also make it polite. But I'm open to any and all feedback. If what I mentioned at any point was factually incorrect, consider the fact that I mentioned that this part is pure conjecture and my understanding is limited. But if anything doesn't gel or doesn't make rational sense, then let me know line by line why you think that. Please be conscientious uh, of yeah, just yeah. So it doesn't matter how short or elaborate the feedback is, within reason. Don't send me like 3 hours of feedback on 8 hours worth of meditations. Well, I guess what is a adequate ratio or proportion? Anyways, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Thanks. Bye for now.